Welcome on in to the American morning stream. For all the Americanishes out there in the wild, staying up late, got their fucking footy pajamas on, their apple juice locked in. Morning stream, but that weird. We're back for a nice early morning rage attack because the devs did a live stream last night. I was dead. Absolutely destroyed sleeping. So now we get to watch it together. And oh boy, is there gonna be glue involved. Bradub, what is up? I don't know how many of you guys have seen this. I tried to find it on YouTube, but it looks like they didn't do it on YouTube because, you know, multi-billion-dollar company, probably too difficult. Am I gonna play Harambe today? Only if I can Harambe in the Outlast trials. Unless, you know, you never know. Like, sometimes I'll watch a dev stream like this and it'll make me go like, hey, maybe I should go play Dead by Daylight. You know, maybe I'm getting hyped about something, but let's be honest, that's not gonna happen. Kindred base kit incoming? Oh my god. They're like, okay. So we heard your complaints about the last PTB, and what we've decided to do is give the survivors more buffs. Dude, it's very obvious, and I want to, like, okay, so I'm going to be reacting to this, and I want to try to be fair. I want to try to be logical and not just dump on the devs. But, like, one thing we have to just straight up say is that when it comes to playing, like, Survivor and it comes to playing Killer in Dead by Daylight, playing Killer, like, at a high level requires, like, a significant amount of... It's significantly more difficult, I would say, than playing Survivor at, like, a high level. Like, you can pretty much get away with playing Survivor at a high level as long as you're, like, decent. But with, like, Killer, you're gonna just get absolutely destroyed if you don't know what you're doing. And I think what happens is that, like, the devs play Survivor, so they think they're at a high level, like a higher level. I don't think they have the hubris to think they're at the top, but I do think they think that they're at a high level. So, I don't know, like, since they lean more Survivor main, they do, like, the devs lean more Survivor main. You could see it in everything they write, you could see it in everything they say, what they do. That's very obvious that the people that play Killer, and I'm sure they all, like, most of them do play Killer, they just think, oh, I'm bad at Killer, right? And because of that, they tend to shit on the Killer when it comes to balance. But anyway, let's give them a chance. Let's lock in. Let's watch the devs. We'll see how long it takes for Glue to enter the room with us. I'll probably be skipping a little bit here and there when they're blah-blahing about irrelevant things. But yeah, here we go.
If you want to put that up on the screen, Dork, we got a visual asset. Look at that.
Yes.
We're so professional.
Beautiful, beautiful banner.
So, yep, Galaxies is the promo code. It's really, like, for anyone who tuned into that stream, that was not how that was supposed to go. It should have been easy peasy for you to earn that. And technical issues happened.
All right, so we're officially 10 seconds into the stream and there's already been a technical issue. I think what they were intending was that if you watch the stream live, you would just automatically unlock this, but it didn't work out. So they put a code in for you.
So that's how you can get it now. While Omnia is talking, I have to say, you've just returned from a grand trip.
Okay, let's get through the, like,
And it
the
was made
gutter.
by Eranos. You may already have heard of him.
15 hooks in the void was a lot. So we've reduced that down to 4, which we think is a much more manageable number.
I think they're talking about a quest.
Those who already were partly through the quest that is
Yeah.
being granted retroactively. You might need to.
No, this
play
is
again
great because I haven't
before
played
that all
DVD,
starts to
so
adjust,
like
that was something
that
we
means
saw
that
happening.
there must have been an annoying quest that I can do easier now when I rush it at the end to get all
And
the
we also
cosmetics.
altered another complete quest, which is the completion quest, where we reduced the number from 20 down to.
Come on, give me the
Managed to
meat.
get across the matchmaking issue that was causing.
Okay, so this is just like an update on the status of the
Yeah,
current
I'm
game.
loving it. I'm watching it in 2 screens.
How are you doing back there?
Here we go. Okay. That's a pretty cool plague banner, actually. Got the Choi Bonic leg up in the background, rocking it. I did get spoiled on one thing. Apparently Legion isn't coming back to 2v8. They're kicking him out, which... I mean, fine. Votive Brim, how is it going? Also left the chat in there, so at times we can look over a chat and see what people are on about. Cake Jesus.
Like I said, we're talking about the upcoming PTB, which is just a couple weeks away. It has a bunch of cool things that you're going to find out about in a moment. And this is not, again, this isn't like a
Voted much
flashy,
appreciated for
trailer review.
growing
This is
some
really about
mud.
stuff we want you to test, okay?
You're just watching a video of
Testing
toxic
mindset,
streamers.
not goodies and content.
They're pretty special.
You know, DVD.
I think
DVD
some
has
is
plenty of
still
that.
quite flashy.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
flashy. You can test them, but they're flashy.
That's true. Some are kind of flashy.
That's a cool
So
table
anyway,
they have.
let's
I'm not
dive
gonna
into it.
lie.
Actually,
It's
before we do,
completely impractical, but
the
it's
thing I'm
cool.
most excited about for the whole format of this show is where you're going to use PowerPoint. PowerPoint is going to be central to the show from here on out.
Let's get to
Killer
the
design,
meat.
and today he's here to talk about. This is my transition to you.
Wait.
Our reduction.
What is this?
From Andy at
Yeah,
Discord.
I'm the voice or the face behind the voice. Anyway, that's me.
Jeff is our designer extraordinaire. He's done live balance, live design. He's done killer design, and today he's here to talk.
I recognize this guy's voice. He's the one who talked about how Franklin's demise isn't fun for survivors, and it's not fun when your item gets taken from you. That's this guy right here. So if he's the genius behind the design, we really need to pay attention to what he's saying, because he might be the lead like designer. I'm not sure if he's the lead or not, but if he is, then we really need to take care what this guy's saying, because he could have an enormous influence on the game, right? An enormous influence. So let's pay attention to him.
This is my transition to you.
Sup, El Gallo?
Our reduction systems for tunneling, camping, and slugging. So let's get into it.
Yes,
Wait,
all right.
are they like? I thought they dropped the camping thing. They're still talking about camping. What can you do to camping?
So as Eric so nicely put, we have a lot of PowerPoint to go through. So I apologize. I'm going to try to make it as exciting as it can be. Yeah. So the first question people might ask is, why are we doing these things? Why are we looking at these strategies that people employ to play the game? It's quite simple.
Okay, so before he says why they're putting all these features in the game, let me give you my idea on why I think they're putting all this stuff in the game before I hear what he has to say. I think they're putting all of this anti-camp, anti-struggle, anti-play the game stuff in the game because they know that the casual survivor player base is by far the biggest portion of their player base, which makes sense. And obviously the biggest portion of their player base is going to give them the most money. So why would you not do everything in your power to make the biggest part of your player base as happy as possible? So that's what I would say.
Simple. Face camping, tunneling, and slugging were in the top 5 reasons for people uninstalling the game. And you know, we as
Survivors, not
and
people. That's
myself as a
again,
player.
be honest.
We want the game to last long. So to make sure that that happens and that the game can keep going as long as it can.
Votive, I can't talk about this completely because I was told this like off the record, but back when I think it was they announced the Walking Dead chapter, or like when they announced Quality of Life, they said there was a new anti-cheat system coming to the game. I already 3 days after they announced that, the hacker group told me what their new anti-cheat system was. They already knew all the way back then what it was going to be, and they already have figured out how to completely destroy it when it comes out and make hacking significantly worse when the new anti-cheat system comes out. They're just literally waiting in the shadows for it to happen, and they've been waiting for a very long time. And the only reason I can't say exactly what's going to happen is because they told it to me off the record, and they don't want me to share that, you know, they know, sort of. Like, they don't want me to go into detail, basically, about it. So, I'm curious if that's true, and when the new anti-cheat Quality of Life comes out, we'll see if that turns out to be the case.
We have to.
But again, going back to it, right? He said this is the number one reason people say they uninstall the game, survivors. So of course they need to address that, but do they address it in a way that makes sense? No. The way to make it make sense is to incentivize killers and give killers better options to not tunnel and camp, not force them to do it when it's not like reasonable whatsoever outside of playing like an S tier killer, right? So they're going to try to force an outcome instead of letting it happen naturally through good design. So that's how I see this.
To address the issues.
Yeah, their table is a pal.
Players have with,
completely impractical, but it looks cool.
So, face camping, slugging, and tunneling are 3 of the issues that we have to address.
There is no, okay, bro, there is no face camping outside of endgame. Like, there is no face camping in this game. Not really. Like, if there's face camping happening, it's because the survivors are making a bad play. It's just quite honestly the truth.
Right, I have the
You got the clicker.
Yeah, I forgot. That's so cool. Okay, so let me start by saying or explaining what face camping is. So usually it's described as the killer staying in very close proximity to a hooked survivor.
Yes, but that's not possible anymore because the survivor can unhook themselves, right? So that means that somehow the survivors misplayed in that situation. Otherwise, the survivor would be able to unhook themselves.
And over here, you can see there's a nice little picture where it shows you what.
You know what? No. Let me take a step back, actually. What is face camping right now in Dead by Daylight? What face camping is right now is that survivors have 70-second hook states. So they sit on a hook for 70 seconds while their teammates rush gens. And then they try to come and get the unhook at the last possible second because they were busy trying to pop a gen, right? They didn't want to get off of it until it was finished. So they wait till they pop their gen, then they go get the unhook. Now, what a good killer will do in that situation is realize that they prioritize the gens over getting the unhook. So they'll go back to the hook to confirm the second stage or the death, right? That's a good strategic play, but it seems like the developers don't want you to be able to punish the survivors for prioritizing the gens over going for the save. So again, I'm very curious what they want to do. I couldn't even wrap my brain around it when they announced they were going to do more for camping back when they announced Quality of Life. So very interested in this. If you play DBD, what killer and survivor do I main? I main Knight and Sadako. And then survivor, I like any survivor that's got a good pair of mutton chops. So like Nick Cage has a good mutton chops. David King's got some good muttons. And then of course we got to bring in the OG Geralt of Narnia.
Face camping is, what proxy camping is, and what patrolling is. So when you're very close to the hook, that's usually face camping. When you're like mid length away from the hook, that's proxy camping. You're just making sure, you know, the survivor's still there. And when you're a little bit further, you're patrolling. You're, looking from afar, seeing no one's going for the save. Okay.
I like how they use Skull Merchant for this.
The different steps or stages of camping are. Because this is a PowerPoint
Toledo is a legend. We always let Toledo's go.
Nice to have some key data points. So I went and looked at the data.
Choi Bonic play,
data is always useful. So overall, we have seen that since the start of 2025, face camping, so the closest proximity to the hook, has not really had any major shift. It's
Wait, did I miss something?
Because this is a PowerPoint presentation, I figured it would be very nice to have some key data points. So I went and looked at the data because I think sharing data is always useful. So overall, we have seen that since the start of 2025, face camping, so the closest proximity to the hook, has not really had any major shift.
I'm so
it's been
confused.
pretty steady, which is kind of a weird thing to talk about, but you know, that's the data. Patrolling, which is when you're
Yeah, it didn't change because you already killed face camping with the anti-face camp mechanic. I don't understand. Of course it hasn't changed. It can't, because it doesn't exist. It's a myth. It doesn't, guys, there face camping, it never happened. It was made up, a fairy tale, an urban legend made up by a whiny Redditor. Get it out of the building. It never happened. Like, what? 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 Of course it didn't change. I can't, like, the whole camping thing is gonna blow my mind. I can already tell. Patrolling has slightly increased. Maybe they want to go after proxy camping. Maybe that's what it is. And then that could be it. Maybe they're like, okay, face camping is dead. We need to kill proxy camping.
You're further than 20 meters away has increased a little bit. So killers tend to stay closer to the hook by about 3 seconds as opposed to, before 20.
Bro, they have data for everything.
And surprisingly, which is something that I think is fascinating because it could imply that survivors are learning to not rush on hooks, which is great.
Bro, the survivors take more time to rescue because you let them stay on hook for all eternity and they can rush gens. Please say it.
Survivors take more time to go for rescues. So you will leave your teammate on the hook for a little longer because you're going to finish that gen. And that's usually a good thing. So yeah, good job.
Okay,
and the last thing I wanted to talk about for key data points is when the resolve bar fills. So that's the bar that fills.
Bro, again, you could see it already. He's talking about all of this from the survivor's perspective. Everything is seen through the eyes of a survivor. The whole game balance, everything. You can just see it, how he talks. It's like he says you when he's talking about survivor, but when he's talking about killer, he's gonna explicitly say it like it's a third person, like it's the killer or you, the killer or you. Like you see the inherent biasness. It's crazy.
Up when you're being camped, there's a 10% increase in escape rates. So the face camping mechanic or reduction that we implemented, I think it was last year, 2 years ago, actually has an impact on how the matches go.
Who would have thought?
Here is a breakdown by MMR. So you can see that low MMR killers tend to face camp more than mid or high MMR killers.
Because they have absolutely no idea that it's a thing.
In terms of maps, Raccoon City Police Department West Wing is the highest percentage for face camping, and Wretched Shop is the lowest.
Yeah, because you guys have put generators in spots that there should never have been generators. You put generators in the middle hall that are impossible to pressure, right? Those generators, believe it or not, depending on what killer you are pretty much impossible to defend because you put a gen out in the open so the survivors can always see where you're coming from at all times. As soon as they see you, they could shift W into any of the hallways in the map. So you can never pressure the gens. You could push them off of the gens, sure, but you can't actually like pressure the gens. They're going to pressure you. So you're forced to commit to a horrible shift W chase. And when you do get somebody down in that middle area, camping them in between those generators is the fucking strongest strategy on RPD. It's why RPD is a horribly balanced map, mostly because the gens are in bad spots that they shouldn't be in. So that would explain primarily why West Wing is there. Why Wretched Shop is there, I can only imagine it's because of the basement. You down somebody, you put them in the basement, and then a lot of action happens around the main building.
Put some stars beside those because while that's what the data says, we would have to do a deep dive as to like why that is, because we could argue that
get in that Excel, baby, do some deep dives.
Not a lot of room, so you spend more time near hooks without really wanting to. But I think it's interesting to share that these are the highest and lowest. As to why, I don't know. Maybe you can tell me.
I just did.
So what are the goals with?
Actually, you should know that. Dude, like that's your job. Like I'm not trying to be a dick, dude, but like that should be your like you should know, right? It's not my job. I just look. I don't get paid. I don't make decisions. You do. Like, you should be locked in on this.
Face camping updates in the upcoming PTB. The first is to bridge the gap between solo players and Survivor with friends, and
Impossible. Just bridging the gap between solo survivors and survive with friends. It's impossible. There is the gap. It's a Grand Canyon. This right here, the gap, you see it right there next to bridge? It's a Grand Canyon. And you attempting to patch that together somehow is an impossibility. It'll never be even close to possible, ever. So you can sniff all the Elmers that is in the entire grocery store, you will never make it happen. The glue has been sniffed. Okay.
it'll all make sense in just a second. And the other one is to make the anti-face camp mechanic fair for both sides. So you may, as you have experienced, the meter filling.
Dude, hold on. I'm sorry. We gotta talk about everything here, because I literally, with like these devs, I can't handle it. Make the anti-face cam mechanic fairer. Like, it's already fair, okay? But let's make it even more fair, brother. We're preaching the gospel here. Like, we're gonna make it even more fair for both sides. You like the sound? It is from in Europe they call it X Factor. In America they call it Beyond Fiction, or Beyond Belief Factor Fiction. It's an old show, and the music is from that. But okay, let's see how they're gonna make it even more fair.
Up too soon after you've hooked someone, or you've hooked someone in the basement and you hook another survivor and the first one's filling up their meter. There's a lot of scenarios where it could feel a little oppressive. So what's next? In the upcoming PTB, you'll be able to test and hopefully give us a lot of feedback. The resolve bar when being camped will be visible to all survivors. So that means if I'm being camped and Diego is doing a gen on the other side of the map.
Bro, that's such a huge nerf. Like, I know that Survive with Friends gets it for free, again, completely broken, but hey, let's just keep breaking the game, right? Survive with Friends gets that for free. That's included with the Discord Nitro perk. But now every survivor will see the anti-face cam mechanic. So face camping is even going to be more impossible, like more impossible. Downright almost completely impossible with that.
He will see the resolve bar filling on the HUD. So he'll be able to tell, one, that I'm being camped, but also what the progress is.
And I want to tell you how this goes into the killer's mind, right? Because they don't really consider what the killer's thinking. As a killer, the first thing I think when I see this is, okay, now I need to play against every single team like they're a four-man Swift. I need to assume they're all four-man Swifts, every single one of them, whether they are or not. I have to 100% in my brain go into the match with that in my mind and prepare for it and play like I'm playing against a four-man Swift because of things like this.
Is on that camp meter. The next thing is the meter will fill up faster based on how long the killer stays within proximity of the hook. So this is really cool because first we've also decreased the rate at which it fills baseline, so the killer's not penalized for walking by or anything like that. It's really just if you spend a lot of time near the hook, it will fill up much faster, up to 200% of the life value, which is 10 charges per second.
Bro, the survivors are gonna try so hard to macro this. They're gonna try so hard to like pressure the killer to go near the hook, but then run away from the hook really fast and try to build up the anti-face camp. They're 100% gonna do it, because I would. I see the meter on my screen. I'm gonna run near the hook, maybe even with like reassurance. I think this could actually cause reassurance to get buffed, or not buffed, but like get used more. And I get close to the hook, right? It pressures the killer to try to defend the hook, gets really close to it. I run away now, maybe with Sprint Burst Vigil even, have it 99, and then all of a sudden that 200% goes up. The killer thinks you're still nearby. He doesn't realize you've run across the map. And next thing you know, boom, they unhook themselves. And now you're dealing with somebody who probably has 800, base kit anti-tunnel mechanics built in. And don't really know like why they're doing this, because I really truly do not feel like camping has been at all an issue. So for them to like come into it and try to like do something, it seems odd. Like this feels like an inherent waste of man hours, basically. I get they're trying to just try things, but like someone has to program all this shit, you know? Like this is someone putting a lot of time into this mechanic. It's not just appearing and they're like, oh, let's test it, why not? Like, no, like some dude's been sitting in a basement, probably Chandler rigs, working on this in 240p for the past like 3 months.
And then the last thing we did as well is we increased the range of the anti-face camp radius to 20 meters. So it's a little bit...
Apparently it's a low MMR issue. Did I get that wrong at the beginning, that he said that the anti-face camp mechanic has like a huge impact at lower MMR, that like all the survivors are escaping because like the brand new killers don't realize you're not allowed to face camp? Dude, I don't know. Like the weird thing is that like the devs will make some of this go through the PTB, like just like they do with pallet density. Like some things that get like they all bombard you with so much at once that some things can slip through the cracks, right? Like if the pallet density was the only thing in that PTB, it never would have went through. But because they did so much, they were able to slide it under the radar, which is what I said they would do. You know, I made a tweet about it, that the devs already know what they want to actually push through, and all this other stuff is just to get you like your attention, sort of. And I was 100% right about it.
More punishing in a way if you decide to stick within, 20 meters with a hatchet pulled out. Or
20 meters? Oh, they increased the range of the anti-face camp radius? Bro, 20 meters? That's like the entire terror radius. Are they insane? 20 meters for the anti-face camp mechanic at 200%? Oh, nah. What do they want, dude? They're homogenizing. Like they literally want every single match you play in Dead by Daylight to go the exact same way. I'm like the exact same way. They don't want there to be any variety in this game at all. Oh god, I really think they're gonna kill the game. Like genuinely, I think they're gonna kill it. I think we should just stick with Outlast.
Other scenarios. Oh right, and there's one last thing I forgot. So initially, when you hook a survivor, there's a 7-second grace period before the meter starts filling up. But that wouldn't only apply to when you hook that specific survivor. So in my example, where you hook a second survivor in the basement, that first survivor that you hooked will still be filling up that meter. Now, with the upcoming PTB, if you hook a second survivor, it will put the grace period on all hooked survivors within the area that you're in. So you won't be penalized for doing that.
Dude, okay. Let me just explain again, because clearly this guy needs help with his job. If you have a 20-meter anti-camp, 200% self-unhook, the chances that you ever hook 2 people in the basement at the same time, or 2 people in the same place at the same time, is nearly impossible, because that person is already going to be unhooking themselves 20 minutes earlier. But let's say that this wild thing happens at some point where maybe they make a really bad misplay and they get to the basement at the last second and they're forced to try to get the unhook, and maybe you down them while they're trying to get the unhook, and now you have 2 people down in the basement. You're never going to hook that second person, ever. You're just going to slug them. Do you know why you're going to slug them? Because that way the anti-face camp mechanic doesn't activate, because that person is down in the basement next to the hook. You would never hook the second person, because then what do you have to do? Even if you had 2 people hooked in the basement, your only play in that situation would still be to walk to the other side of the map, close your eyes, and pretend you never hooked 2 people in the basement. You literally can't punish survivors for their bad plays at all. So like adding something like that is just completely it's a facade. It sounds like it's a good thing, but in practice it has no impact at all.
And here we have a beautiful video of Meg watching Claudette's demise, and I zoomed in on. Oh, maybe we want. Yeah, thank you. I zoomed in on the HUD so that we can see the resolve bar filling. And so that's the first thing you'll notice is that it's visible. But the second thing you'll notice is that as the trapper just sticks around there, it'll fill up faster and faster, which is what we were saying. Well, what I was
So
just
how
saying
fast
about
is
it
this
filling
gonna
up faster
fill?
based on how long you stayed near the hook. And
He's like
hopefully,
directly face camping her
with
though.
the visible resolve bar, you'll see.
I wish he would go
again,
further
hopefully
away.
Teammates make more informed decisions about the state of the game, right? Like in terms of macro, what's going on. Where you should be,
Bro,
what you
like
should be
look,
doing
you get him
in
here,
the
and
moment to
then like
moment.
he thinks you're around the
I think it'll
hook,
be
and you
really
run
helpful,
away,
but,
and in
you
like
know,
2
again,
seconds,
you guys can
they're,
test it
oh
out,
my
give
god, when it
feedback
goes to
on because
200,
that's
it's
the
like
whole point.
instant.
We're putting you on the next PTB so you guys can test it and give us some insight as to how it feels and what it's like.
And I'll jump in there just because, thank you. That's the point I was going to say. You'll probably get sick of me saying it. We really are testing these features in the next PTB. Don't like start being really upset that this is already in the game and I hate it. What we want to do is test it. We want to get your feedback with hands-on, not just based on the information. Try it out. Let us know how,
Okay, Eric, let me explain something real quick. Okay, because I've seen him say this on Twitter many times. PTB is for testing thing, guys. It doesn't mean it's actually coming to the game. But there's two things that he's either willingly like ignoring or just not talking about. One is that it shows us where the developers' minds are at with what they're putting in like the game, what they're trying to test to put in the game. And it's very alarming because it's completely disconnected from the actual game itself. Right, it's completely disconnected, so it makes us feel like you guys are on a different planet, like you're, and it's just like it gives us a feeling of hopelessness, right? Because it's like, wow, if they're this detached from the actual game, like we're fucking doomed, man. The ship is going straight into the iceberg, and there's no stopping it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the man hours. Your game is in a disastrous state, and it's not because of camping or tunneling. I know that most people say they uninstall because of that, but let's be honest. The people that uninstall are whiny, and of course they're just going to complain about the most obvious thing. How do I word this? It's like you're putting so many man hours into dumb things like this, testing out dumb things like this that should have never left the conference room, right? But I guarantee you, I already know how it goes. They're sitting in a meeting room, right? There's 12 people sitting at a table. There's one guy in a t-shirt acting cool, like he knows what he's talking about, at the top. He's going like, all right, guys, this is what we're gonna do. Does everyone like this idea? Everyone nods. Okay, then that's what we're gonna do, right? There's no pushback. Nobody really has like a firm grasp of. They're not like they don't have their boots in the trenches, and that's how you kind of get to this, I think. But it's just such a waste of dev hours. Such a waste of dev hours. They could be doing so many more practical things, bug fixes. Fixing killers that are just like left behind completely. It may be incorporating a build allowance system that actually does a good job of balancing the game without just nerfing everything in existence or buffing things out of the universe to make them viable. Like maybe we just put a build allowance currency system in and let things actually be interesting, but for a price, right? But no, none of that's gonna happen. We're just gonna waste hundreds and hundreds of hours of man hours, paid man hours, to put something in a PTB that everybody hates before it goes into the PTB, plays it, hates it, and then you're forced not to put it in. Like, it's like, do you not see that? It's not that it's fine to test things if you actually have really done your homework and you know, okay, this has a real shot at being good. Like the build currency system I just mentioned would be a good thing to test at a PTB, right? Because hey, that could actually make the game really, really good if it works. Maybe it doesn't, but it could. We're running in circles doing the same thing over and over again with no progress, so maybe we should try a different alternative, right? Anyway,
how it feels if you're a killer, how it feels if you're a survivor, and then we'll go from there and see what we're going to do. And that's the case for each of the things that we're going to present today.
Yes, and everything else as well. Right. So let's move on to the next one. What is tunneling? Well, tunneling is usually described when you go for the same survivor
It's
until
Skull Merchant
they are
again,
out of
bro.
the match. Here we can see Nia with zebra pants being targeted by the Skull Merchant. Maybe that expresses my feelings towards zebra pants. Maybe it doesn't. That's for you to figure out.
Maybe it tells us your feelings towards Skull Merchant.
So, key data points. Throughout 2025, we have seen a slight drop in tunneling. So these percentages are...
Wait, are they saying this is how many matches survivors are tunneled in? There's no way, dude. There's no fucking way that this is what they're trying to tell us. How do they even have that data? How? What is that based on? You know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense. There's not tunneling happening in 40% of anybody's matches. Not anybody. Nobody. Unless you're brand new to the game and you go down so quick in chase that you think you're being tunneled just because of how bad you are at the game. Tunneling does not happen this often. Real tunneling, where the killer just aggressively chases you until you're dead. It's not 40 fucking percent. I really hope that I'm misunderstanding this. How do you even get that data? Like, it will say I'm a survivor, I get hooked and I give up on hook instantly. Did I get tunneled? There's no way this is real.
Are the the average percentage of tunneling happening in matches.
Bullshit, bro. No
44% of
chance.
matches had tunneling occurrences in January.
No, it didn't. I was slugging everybody to death. And there's no way. There's no way. I'm sorry. I don't know where you guys got, what Excel fucking data bag gave you this information, but it's just based on nothing. I don't understand this.
There's different ways that we're analyzing it. The first one is
is it that the killer killed somebody is tunneling? Because that's the only thing that makes sense here. Or maybe it's that the killer killed somebody before 6 hooks. Maybe that's what they consider tunneling in their data, which is just so stupid.
You go for one survivor and only one survivor from the start of the
That's tunneling, yes.
match.
That's
there's
tunneling.
also when you go for consecutive hooks, not necessarily the first survivor that you find, but you just get the second survivor out of the match quickly.
No, he didn't just say it. He tried so hard to skip over it. Do you guys realize what he just said? He said that it's tunneling if you're later on in a match, you haven't been tunneling anybody, you've just been chasing, and all of a sudden you realize, hey, I've already hooked this Nia twice. If I chase her, then now I'm in a 3v1. If you go for her in that situation, now you've officially tunneled somebody. There's no fucking way this Reddit user is one of the lead designers. Please show mercy on me that this guy didn't just imply that. There's no way he's saying that. That anytime you prioritize getting a kill, it's tunneling? Anytime in a match? Bro, we're so cooked. Get out of the game, guys. Get your fucking tickets. Get on a lifeboat. Reserve your seat. This ship is going down. Holy shit, there's no hope.
And then there's the last one, which I'm completely blanking out on. But this is the overall of all these scenarios that we analyzed with the data.
There's another version of tunneling he can't even remember. He's like, guys, he's like, I don't remember what it was, but there's another version of tunneling. I can't. Maybe he was gonna say soft tunneling where you bounce between two survivors. I have no idea, but he's like, there's just another version of tunneling. What if you feel like you got tunneled? You got tunneled, okay? If you feel like you got tunneled.
And as you can see, this morning, when I got the last bit of data, it's down to 40%, which is a 4% drop. It's pretty important.
Good job.
And then if we look at the breakdown by MMR, we see the opposite of what we saw with camping. So low MMR killers tend to tunnel less than high MMR killers, which is also interesting. And we could extrapolate as to why. One hypothesis is that high MMR survivors are just more efficient. So therefore, tunneling feels like the most efficient way to combat their efficiency. But that's another thing that you guys can theory craft on and help us understand. And then in terms of maps, the treatment theater has the highest percentage of tunneling, and Gas Heaven has the lowest. And same thing as with camping. why, we would have to do a deep dive and try to like understand exactly why this is.
I hope this doesn't mean that they think Gas Haven is a great map for tunneling, or is like a great map for anti-tunnel, because that means they're going to design more maps like Gas Haven, which is easily one of the most survivor-sided maps in the entire game. And I can't even, like, I couldn't theory craft on this, guys, because your definition for tunneling isn't real. It doesn't make any sense. So if you come in here and you tell me the treatment theater, for some reason, the killer is tunneling so heavily, your definition is so fucking loose for tunneling that these statistics don't even make sense. And all it tells you is, hey, we should make more maps like Gas Haven. No, please, God, don't. Please, God, don't make more maps like Gas Haven.
The case, but I thought it was interesting that treatment theater. I definitely didn't expect that one to be, you know, number one, but it is. Gas Haven, I mean, the map is pretty strong for survivors, so you know,
hey, at least he knows.
To do with that. But again,
at least he knows that. That's
theorycraft. Go for it. I think it's super cool to see all the discussions happen.
He's a data rat, I'm guessing.
So, what are the goals with tunneling? We want to ensure that every player's time is respected.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Like, again, let's be honest. Let's rewrite the script. Okay. Let's rewrite it. Maybe I can even rewrite it for you. Like, we could do it like this. We could do like this, and then we could come down here. Bah. Yeah, maybe like that. There you go. Does that look better? Because that's what they really mean. So I took Survivor, though. Does it matter that I put Survivor? There we go. Why am I cap locked? There you go. Now it means what it actually says. We want to make sure that every survivor's time is respected. What the fuck does tunneling have to do with killer's time being respected? Guys, we're putting in all this anti-tunnel because we want the experience to be better for survivors and killers, okay? Okay, dude. Stop trying. The subtlety ain't working. We want to ensure that queuing up means you get to play. Oh, I can't. Oh no. Holy shit, it's like straight out of Reddit.
And we also want to make sure that when you queue up, it means that you get to play the match. I'm sure that our survivor players have already had this happen to them, where they go into a match and they're out within like the first 2 minutes, and it never really feels nice because... Oh,
it's like he's saying the same thing about the Franklin's demise shit. It doesn't really feel nice, does it, guys? When you have a bad match because the killer prioritizes getting you out of the game. Man, it just doesn't. We all know it doesn't feel good. What doesn't feel good when you play killer, huh? This is the music that should be playing during this, by the way. Let me just put this on, since the devs are glazing the survivor so hard. We need the world's smallest violin playing in the background.
Sometimes you queue up for a little bit longer than that, sometimes even longer based on, you know, what kind of game modes are on.
The survivors in the long queue time? Oh, the poor survivor. They waited so long to get into a match only to die, when obviously they're supposed to win every match. What is this? You piece of shit killer players. Don't you know how long that survivor waited in that queue, you piece of fucking dog shit killer player? Do you know? Yeah, I know you waited 10 minutes, but who gives a shit about you? Look at that survivor. Look at his face. That's a person, all right? That's a person, and you just killed them in a video game. How do you feel about it? You sick piece of shit. You fucking animal.
I'm
gonna have like a stroke.
When you queue up, we would like you to be able to play the game and, you know, just have fun, which is the most important part. And we also want to ensure that player agency is retained, and I'll expand on that a little bit, and I think it's the next slide or the one after that, but we want to ensure that player agency is retained, and we want to put the onus on the survivor. So
The onus
use
on
the
the
word
survivor.
onus.
thank you.
What is
Thank you. I feel
like?
smart.
What does he mean? He wants to put the? Can anyone explain to me what that just meant? He wants to put the onus on survivor. I'm so lost because it doesn't sound like it. All right, let's continue this sob story here.
I feel smart. So the key learnings from the PTB. The first one is that the players found the proposed solution too intrusive, and to refresh everyone's memory, on the PTB, the last PTB that we had the unhook protections for survivors, we had the killer penalties if you did tunnel, we had the killer bonuses, and all of these things together felt like it was a little too much, which is a very fair point. And I think that the last PTB gave us some really good insight as to what worked and what didn't. So I want to say thank you for all the feedback that you guys gave, because it really helped us. It helped inform our next steps for this feature. The second point is what I was just saying from the previous slide, is that players want to retain their agency. They want to be able to make those decisions. They want to be able to make the call. They want to be able to play the game the way they want without being told you can't do that or you can't do this.
I guarantee you whatever's going to come out of his mouth next, I guarantee you is going to take away all player agency. Because if you really wanted player agency, you wouldn't be hand-holding like this. You wouldn't. Like, hand-holding is the absolute opposite of player agency. So I don't know why, like, it's literally doing the exact opposite of what you say your goal is. It makes no sense. Sup, Cosmo?
Which, again, is a very, very fair point. And then to build up on that, a lot of players felt that the solution in the previous PTB held their hand too much. So it was, you know...
they felt like it did. No, it just did.
Get, like,
they didn't feel like it did.
So you got the aura reveal. And then I think the way that it was described, which I thought was...
Wait, did he just say all of the hand-holding was on the killer side? Bro, he said there was too much hand-holding, and every example he gave was from the killer's perspective. He said, you get the free aura reveal, you get the free gen kick pop. Like, what? The hand-holding was on the killer's side? Hold on.
Good use of the word onus.
Thank you. Thank you. Insight as to what worked and what didn't. So, see, they want much. So it was, you know, you got a unique hook, so now you get like a gen kick bonus, or you got the aura reveal, and then I think the way that it was described, which I thought was
I'm dead, bro. There's no way this guy just fucking said this and everybody in the room just sat there stone-faced. I would have fucking just lost my mind. Look at these guys. They're fucking, they're like, what? What? That's the part that's hand-holdy? Have we lost our fucking collective minds? Are we getting paid for this? There's no way. There's no way. Megamind here has no idea what he's talking about, bro. How can you watch this? What are the people in the chat saying? Truth nuke? That was... Bro. Get out while you still can.
really good way to describe it was that it felt very, very cookie cutter. There was like
What did he say? He said the players complained too much that in the Blast PTB that there was way too much handholding, and then every example he gave of handholding was things they gave to the killer, like base kit, barbecue and chili, base kit pop goes the weasel for just getting I love how they always say that, just getting a unique hook. I had to do was get a unique hook. It wasn't even like a thing, you know. Okay, do it then. Go play high MMR for a day. Let's try it. Like, we really need the devs to play high MMR killer for a day, and they'll be like, well, I'm just bad.
There was one right way to play the game, and if you didn't do it, then you were kind of like shooting yourself in the foot, which is not super cool.
That's what Almo said, by the way.
so-
He said that all these anti-face camp, anti-slug, all this anti-stuff they're putting in the game is basically making the game linear, streamlined, and there's only one path to victory, so every match is going to feel the same. And it's not interesting anymore, right? They're taking chess and they're turning it into checkers. That's kind of what the devs are doing here with all of this. Like, they're taking this super complex, interesting game that can go in all these different directions, and they're like, no, like, it's just fucking checkers now. And it's boring. Like, nobody wants to play that.
What's next?
Can I just say before you say what?
Yes.
Watching chat hang on every bullet, reacting to each bullet before you get to the next one is great. It's great.
So it's positive.
People
good
are
stuff.
locked in and they have
Okay,
lots
good,
of thoughts
good. I'm
before
glad-
they know what you're going to do.
Great. I'm glad that the PowerPoint
Hang on
is working.
every word.
DVD
So,
will unironically
what's
kill
next?
itself? Yeah.
The first one is that survivors will get their unhook protections. And I'm going to go into more detail what each of these means.
This, by the way, this isn't a handhold. Okay. This isn't a handhold. It's actually the reverse of a handhold, if you think about it. Because the killer trying to just instantly attack the same person after they get off hook, now that would be hand-holding. All you have to do is just easily hit somebody when they get off hook. So if anything, we're just giving the killer more agency by giving the survivor 35 minutes of armor when they get off of a hook, you know?
So this is just like a high level of what is next. The killer will get some bonuses.
They get some.
there are
We
no-
haven't even figured it out. We'll give them something. Maybe they'll get like an extra 10 blood points. Who fucking cares? Stupid killer bans.
More killer penalties, which I think was the most
There are no more
polarizing,
killer
topic in the previous
penalties.
VTB is the penalties.
What were the
there's no more
penalties? I don't even remember.
We're good?
We're
Okay,
good,
I
yeah.
thought there was something else. Okay.
I'll jump
Well, let me
in
think
if I-
about that for a second. What were the killer penalties in the last PTB for tunneling? Was it was that when you killed somebody before 6 hooks, gens didn't regress anymore, right? That's what it was. If you killed somebody before 6 hooks, gens just literally would not regress ever again for the rest of the trial. Yeah.
I need to be. You're
All
doing
right.
great.
Good.
They got rid of
so
that.
unhook protections. Most
I can't wait to see how they're going to compensate it, though. They probably think that's the craziest thing they've ever done, and now they're going to compensate it, like, enormously.
of it is the same, but there are some differences with what was on the last PTB. So you still get 10% haste. You still get the endurance status effect, which means that if you get hit, you'll go into deep wound instead of going down. There's the new status effect elusive, which means that you cannot be revealed. You will leave no pools of blood, no scratch marks, and you make no grunts of pain.
There's still no unhook
One thing
notification?
that we added as well is that you will make no sounds, so you won't be, coughing or puking or stuff like that, because some killers had very clever ways of bypassing the system.
God, aren't killers nefarious cocksuckers that they would come up with the idea that you could still hear a survivor coughing or puking? Those fucking little pieces of shit, man. Like, they'll find any little thing they can do to get around our mechanics. I hate them. I hate killer players. All they do is just connive in the darkness together like rats. They probably have a Discord where they all tell each other these little fucking cringe ideas of how they're going to get around our mechanics. I hate them. Anyway.
In the previous PTB. You still do not accumulate AFK points, so AFK crows will not come into play if you are under the unhook protections. You will still see the killer's aura within 32 meters. And these are still lost when performing a conspicuous action or when being healed a full health state. And
being healed a full health state is at least good, because like, don't get me wrong, but it's really silly when somebody's fully healed, you hit them and then you hit them again and they still have off the record or something underneath their fucking full heal. It's so stupid. But seeing the killer's aura within 32 meters is crazy. You have to remember that that's a call out that's going out to the whole team in a Swift, right? So you're getting punished for hooking massively. You're gonna hook somebody, and every single time they get unhooked, they're gonna call out your position to the entire team. Which don't get me wrong, is probably gonna like lead to like open-handed becoming way more popular if this works with open-handed. So I mean, what radius is that they're always gonna know where the killer is? Which right now, in my opinion, I think undetectable is the strongest thing in Dead by Daylight because pre-running is so strong. So this could be like this pretty much makes it to where if you're not playing an S tier, like just don't even bother. Like just literally don't even show up because you're just gonna lose automatically. Yeah.
I think it's also important to remind people that when it's in endgame, these bonuses are mostly turned off. The only ones that are on are the 10% haste and endurance that are granted for 10 seconds, which is what it is currently on live. So here we have a video. Again, Meg is the star of the show. She gets unhooked, and I zoomed in on the status effects. You can see there's the endurance, there's the haste, and there's elusive. You see this,
dude, great looping skills, by the way.
The survivor basically has a lot of tools.
So you have base kit babysitter, essentially.
This specific instance is a bot killer, so it just...
Okay, he's being stupid on purpose,
I can't outplay it.
Or he was using the... Did he just use it? Dude, I think he just used it, like, defensively. To let, like, you know what I mean? Like, to waste the killer's time. I think even in the example he gave, he used it defensively. Wait, like, I wonder, like, do the killers still have collision? Can they walk through you? Because if they can't, imagine, like, 30 seconds of armor on every unhooked person. And they see your aura, so they can always come for the easiest body block imaginable, because they literally see your aura. So they know exactly if you're chasing another survivor, they have 30 seconds to run over to you and like get the easy ass body block. That's crazy. And you might say, well, like, even if there is no collision, you can still put yourself inside the hitbox of your teammate. So it doesn't matter. Like, collision or no collision, you're still forced to hit the survivor if they're playing defensively.
As well is, I'm going to play it again, just because I was talking about... Oh, can I go back? Okay.
PowerPoint can do that.
Yeah, I have the clicker, I have the power though, which is great.
Look how much endurance
you
you
noticed
have.
as well is that Meg was trying to, stop the killer from go after Jake, which is one of the key differences that we have compared to the last PTB, which is that the survivor no longer loses collision with unhooked protections. So, key differences. We have removed the no collision from unhooked protections.
Are you saying that like it's a good thing? Like, I don't know. I think it would be better if there was no collision. Like, I get they could body block anyway, but now it's even, like, it literally is even easier to do it. Right? You could block a doorway or whatever. Like, you don't have to put any effort into it. At least with the no collision, you still had to put in... It was more difficult to take the hit. This is literally like just so stupid.
We decrease the killer aura reveal to 10 seconds, so it doesn't last the entire duration of the unhooked protections. And you might ask why? Well, we saw in the previous BTB that survivors were weaponizing both of these effects to go for aggressive
You don't
plays,
say.
As opposed to trying to survive, which is the intended goal of the unhooked protections, is to put you in a spot where you can make better decisions to survive. What we saw was that killers who were actively...
It's almost like you're taking... Okay, so let me explain player agency to you, my friend. The survivor, when they get unhooked in the live game, not in your PTB, in the live game, when a survivor gets unhooked and they have armor, they have a choice. They can go and they can try to get the killer's attention, right? Because, hey, I have armor. Maybe the killer chases me. Maybe the killer hits me and my teammate gets away. Maybe that works out for my team and we win the game. Or maybe I get hit and the killer continues to chase me, downs me, and puts me on a hook again. And now the game has gone in a completely different direction. That's player agency. That's players making real life choices within your sandbox that lead to an outcome. What you're doing is you're stepping in with your fucking little whistle and your referee shirt and you're forcing everybody to play the game in the way you want them to play the game. That is not player agency. You're taking player agency away, and it's very simple. It's a very simple concept, in my opinion, that it is anyway.
Trying to not tunnel, we're being punished by these things. Right, moving on. Killer bonuses. So upon a unique hook, which is hooking a different survivor from the last. So I got hooked, and then Diego gets hooked.
Killer bonus.
That's a unique bonus. Sorry.
I tried.
So the first one is that you will gain Bloodlust for 15 seconds.
Bloodlust.
And the second is that you gain a stackable blood point multiplier on your match score. And the last thing that we did different from
Yeah, stackable blood point multiplier on your match score. So they're bringing in like old school base kit, barbecue and chili, probably. No, it's not going to be that good, right? First hooks are now 750 BP. Yeah, it's not that good. It's just a little bit. It's not like a bad thing to do. I think this is good. I don't know why he said bloodlust. Was that a typo? Did he mean haste? Buff score events relating to hooks.
the previous BTB is that we have buffed a series of score events related to hooks. So now when you, for example, when you get a first hook on a survivor, you get 750 blood points instead of, I think it was 200. It was very low. Maybe 500. I'm not sure. I should have put it. Anyway, I forgot. So here's a video of the bonuses in action. I cut the previous part before that moment because I was being looped by the Megbot for so long and I was so embarrassed. So I just cut to the point where I downed her.
It stings the nostrils to hear something like that, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know he said it as a joke, but like, again, you know what I mean. Like, yeah, man, that got into a 15-year chase with the Megbot. It's probably because she's an M1 killer and she has wall hacks, but you know, who could ever know? Blood points don't add, yeah, but that's the thing, they don't understand the killer experience, so they think just throw blood points, which is exactly what we said at the beginning when he said there'd be some killer bonuses. I just thought blood points, right? Because that's like their go-to solution anytime they panic. All right, guys, we fucked up the game. Here's 20,000 times blood points for the next 3 days. Like,
So as you can see here, I hook her. I have the Bloodlust bonus, so I'm moving slightly faster. And you can see the golden marker on the hook counter, which
wait, it's actually Bloodlust.
I play with, I'm a survivor main, but when I play with Deja Vu and I have that yellow bar, it feels really nice. So having that golden marker right there feels just as good.
That's good UX.
That's good UX. That's
why did they give you Bloodlust?
We have been working together to be sure that it's also as understandable as.
Did they give you Bloodlust because they don't want it to work with any haste perks? They don't want there to be any synergy? Is that why? Oh, wait a second. It won't work with the mobility. So like if you're like Blight or something, you won't get any bonus. If you're a like a mobile killer, you won't get any bonus. That's why they would have done it. Yeah, that makes sense. Because if you're like going into a Blight rush, you'll immediately lose it. Where if you had haste, you would keep the haste. That's actually a little clever. I don't have anything bad to say about that. I think that's kind of clever.
Possible when you're meeting this feature and it's enjoyable, even if you already know it by heart as a new engaged player. So every little effect that we work together, like also the fire that we used to have on the generator, that's UX. Yeah,
it feels really good. And then I'm gonna replay it again, just because there was a portion that we missed. But one thing that's important to note is that our more advanced players will probably ask the reason why Bloodlust, like it resets or goes down when you're not in chase, or there are rules with Bloodlust because it is a mechanic that we have in the game where it builds up during chase and it you lose it if you break a pallet or if you hit a survivor, and there's all these things. So for this particular instance of Bloodlust, you will keep it until you use
I
your
wonder if this
power,
will work
so,
with broken fingernails on
too bad for
Sadako.
Blight, I guess. Or if you enter a chase. And the reason why is because with internal testing, we found that if you had Bloodlust and you would just enter a
if
chase,
you
could
entered-
just continue building it up to, tier 2 and tier 3. And that felt quite oppressive in certain scenarios.
No.
And of
Never
course,
mind, guys. You lose it when you get into a chase. So the entire aspect of trying to make M1 killers stronger is not there. I mean, it's still not the worst thing ever, but like, it's pretty silly that you lose it the second you get into chase. Like, they couldn't just create like a new mechanic, like something that's not Bloodlust or Haste. You know what I mean? Like, was it that difficult to just implement a new mechanic? Instead of Bloodlust, they could have had Bloodthirst or something. Bloodthirsty. I wouldn't say it's completely pointless, but it's like, it's just okay. I think like for killers like Pyramid Head or Clown or well, maybe not Clown because he uses haste. Will it stack with haste? Does Bloodlust stack with haste? It should, right? Are they gonna have some thing against that too? Hold on, let me rewind this a second. Because you think, okay, Clown is a killer that has horrible map pressure, but he gets downs really quick. So would he be able to use this?
Too bad for Blight, I guess. Or if you enter a chase. And the reason why is because with internal testing, we found that if you had Bloodlust and you would just enter a chase, you could just continue building it up to, tier 2 and tier 3. And that felt quite oppressive.
So this isn't
in
really
certain
true
scenarios.
Bloodlust then.
And of course, I will remind everyone, this is to test on the next BTB. So if you test it with the current iteration where it's tier 1 Bloodlust and you have feedback on that, please give that feedback. It's really, really crucial for us to develop this feature. And then the last bit over here is, again, I chased Claudette for so long to try to hook her a second time, and I just skipped to the part where I downed her. And now I hooked Claudette for a second time in a row, so I didn't get the golden hook marker, and I didn't get any bonuses from that. So that means I do not get a multiplier from that specific hook, and I also do not get Bloodlust. And I think
Wait, is there no more base kit pop for a unique hook at all? Did they just get rid of the base kit pop? Did he really say that was so handholdy we got rid of the base kit pop and the base? I could understand the base kit order reading, but the base kit pop isn't there at all. The only good part of the entire the entire system, base kit pop, is gone. You just get a fucking golden sticker to stick on your Elmer's collection. What is this? Nobody's gonna give a fuck about 750 blood points. Nobody. Not anybody's gonna give a shit about that, or 10 seconds of haste or whatever the hell that is. Are we serious?
that's something really important to note is the blood point
hope
multiplier
not.
is based on the total count of unique hooks that you have and not the sequence or the streak that you have. So if you happen to get 3 unique hooks,
Oh my god, they're really going hard on the giving a shit about the blood points and the gold star.
You're not going to lose that.
Bro, how about you give survivors a gold star for something? You know what I mean? How about when you get unhooked, you get a gold star? You get 1,500 blood points every time you get unhooked. Instead of 45 seconds of endurance armor.
Actual multiplier that you accumulated so far, which is, I think, really cool. So, I word vomited about a lot of stuff. I apologize. It's a lot of
You're doing
information, but
Like I said, people are locked in. You're doing fine.
I'm really glad because I'm before I was there's a lot of slides, there's a lot of stuff to talk about, and I was very worried. So the fact that
This is
people are
my
locked
dream
in.
come true, Jeff. You're making my
That's
dreams
great.
come true.
Too much handling.
So key differences.
dying.
Like I mentioned, we swapped the haste bonus for Bloodlust. We have removed the bonus generated damage on the next kick, and we removed the aura reveal.
No way! No way! Oh, it just gets worse and worse. It's oh, you think we're not done yet? Bro, hold my beer. This is ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. Get out of the building. Run. It's coming down.
Also dubbed Base Kit Barbecue. And I want to really quickly touch upon each of these. So the reason why we switched Haste to Bloodlust is specifically because Haste doesn't have a limit to how it stacks with killer powers. So that means that if you, for example, played the Spirit and you got Haste from a uni hook, that would stack with the Haste that you got from your power.
And we don't want people to get unique hooks, guys. We don't want people to get unique hooks and be rewarded for it. That's just not what we want. But it is also what we pretend we want. But it's not what we want. Just try to follow along here, okay? If you get a unique hook, you shouldn't be rewarded, but you are rewarded. You get the blood points. Shut your mouth and deal with it.
Which basically makes a strong killer even stronger, and that's not usually what we like. We don't want to make the gap between weaker killers and stronger killers wider. We want to try to make it smaller. So using Bloodlust allows us to do that because, again, if you use your power, you will not get the full benefit, unlike...
So just again, to kind of give this like a little bit of context, they want to make the gap between lower killers and higher killers smaller. So how do they do that? By nerfing higher killers down. But they want to make solo queue and Swift, they want to get rid of that gap, right? So what do? They buff solo queue to Swift. But to high tier killers, they nerf downwards. Do you see how the pendulum is? Solo queue goes up. Good killers go down. Beep.
Someone like Trapper, for example, not likely to use his traps for mobility, so he'll probably get the full benefit from this bonus. And then the next two goes back to what I was saying, where a lot of players felt that it would hold their hands into how they played the game, and it felt very...
Dude, every single time I got a base kit pop on the PTB, I felt like the devs were just holding my hand. I was like, man, all I had to do was fucking find somebody, chase them, down them, put them on a hook, and go all the way to the generator that needs to be kicked and kick it. Like, you may as well just put me in a fucking wheelchair at that point and just wheel me around the map, because holy shit, it's like I'm not even playing. What really felt like my hand wasn't being held is when I had 40 seconds of invincibility. That's when I felt like, holy shit, I gotta think about what I'm gonna do in this situation with 40 seconds of nothing can happen to me. That's where the hand holding definitely wasn't involved.
Cookie cutter. Like, there was one right way to play: is you would get a uni hook, you would go to a gen, you would kick that gen, then you would see the aura, and you would go to there, and you would just rinse.
Oh my god, it was so streamlined, it was so handholdy. I didn't even have to use my brain.
Whole sequence over and over again. And one of the things that we came to realize after the last PTB is that goes against some of our core pillars. One of our core pillar is chaos, and not chaos in the sense that everything is all over the place, but things are unpredictable, right? The player has, and the second one is player agency. So the player has control in how they want to play the game and how they want.
Let's just make sure you understand what he means when he says player.
To approach each different scenario. And I think that's really important. And the unpredictable chaos comes from those player decisions. And so if we put a feature in that removes that, then we are not true to our core pillars. And that's usually a no-go for things in game development. So, all right. This is the last slide for tunneling specifically. The following perks and add-ons will be updated. So Furtive Chase, Babysitter, Borrowed Time, Breakdown.
Okay, so let's take a guess. I don't even know what Furtive Chase does anymore. Doesn't it make it to where, like, when you hook the obsession, something happens? I literally don't remember. Babysitter, they made base kit, so they have to come up with like a new thing for it. Either it's going to extend what's already base kit and make it even more base kit, but base kit, Borrowed Time, base kit, so even more base kit, no idea. Breakdown, I'm assuming, I hope to God they're nerfing it, because if they want people to go for a lot of hooks, just getting rid of the hooks becomes a way more like powerful strategy. So I hope that they just like they're reworking it or nerfing it or something, for the love of God. Off the record, they made base kit, so like I don't know. Off the record might be now that like it might be that feature they had where when you get unhooked, there's no noise notification for the killer, because I think they got rid of that. So they might make that the new off the record. Wicked, they're gonna buff it probably. I don't know why it's here or how it like pertains to anything with this update. It feels very strange that Wicked is here, but I'm guessing they're gonna buff it. Original Pain, this is the Pinhead add-on that gets rid of Deep Wound. It's really good for tunneling, right? Somebody gets unhooked, you hit them with Original Pain, you could instantly down them. So it bypasses the all the anti-camp. That can't be allowed to exist, so we have to get rid of it, or else people will play Pinhead, and we don't ever want anybody to play Pinhead. Soma Family Photo, I'm not super familiar with Singularity add-ons, but I think it is something to do with endurance as well. Like I think it bypasses endurance or something like that. I can't remember. And here we go, Syringe and Styptic Agent. They're probably gonna nerf them, but I doubt they're gonna nerf them heavily. Maybe Styptic gets nerfed heavily, but I don't know, can they? I don't know if the devs have the capability to nerf these things in a way that matters. Genuinely, I don't think they have what it takes. It's the same add-on as Cenobite, so it just bypasses Deep Wound, basically. It puts, I'm guessing it puts survivors in Deep Wound when they get hit by a pod, right? So then basically you hit them again and Deep Wound isn't there. I see. Styptic. What could they do with Styptic? They'd probably want it to work in tangent with like endurance somehow. Maybe they're gonna make it to where Styptic immediately removes the endurance effect. Or I mean the not the endurance, the Deep Wound effect. So you get into Deep Wound and you use one of these and it instantly puts you out of Deep Wound the second you use it. Something like that. Anyway, let's see.
Off the record and Wicked. And then for add-ons, Original Pain and Soma Family Photo are getting changes. And this is because our more advanced players may be aware that these allow you to bypass the endurance that you get from being unhooked. And, you know, if a feature is supposed to help with surviving after being hooked, it doesn't make sense to keep these in the game. So, again, these will be available to test on the TV.
I'm a bit weirded
so
out
check
about
them
Furtive
Give us
Chase.
some feedback on, you know, the changes, if you like them, don't like them, why, and all that stuff. It's really, really useful. And then for the Syringe and Styptic Agent add-ons, they've been very notorious. They've been in the game for a while, and they've been very strong for a while. And so, given that there's a lot of stuff, you know, helping out the survivors, I think that now's a good time to address those add-ons, specifically because they are very helpful in extending chases that would usually end earlier. So again, test out these changes and give us your feedback on them. It's very, very important.
Oh,
And just to say, right? So when they're testing, when we're getting the feedback, it's not like a single switch where we're like, all right, this whole thing's going live. You know, there's a lot that you just went through.
Yes.
Any number of those things could be changed.
Yes.
You know? So
yes. And I think what's important is that you know, if a feature needs more time, we should take that time.
Yeah.
And this is a very good case for this because
hey, I just realized I should be watching this in Chandler
and
Riggs
it has
quality.
a lot of implications. So we gotta make sure it's right.
There we go.
yeah.
Now it's more realistic.
All right. What is slugging? So slugging is usually described
Read
as
it.
putting a survivor in the dying state and leaving them there.
Here we go
Leaving
into
them there.
slugging.
Now there
And
is
it's Skull Merchant again.
slugging, which is for pressure. So here we have, that's Dwight, by the way, that's in the dying state. And the Skull Merchant is, seeing that there's a Nia on the side.
They're trying to push these changes because they wasted so much time making them. It's very possible. It could be a sunken cost. The bias is so obvious, bro. It's dripping off the walls. Usually described as putting a survivor in the dying state and leaving them there. Can you explain when it's not described that way, please? Like, when is it not described as what it is? Is it just, again, how you feel? Do you feel like if the killer hooks you, sometimes you've been slugged?
Just maybe waiting for a flashlight save, who knows? So she decides to chase the Nia. So that's slugging for pressure. And then you have the more evil Skull Merchant.
Evil Skull
Four
Merchant.
Dwights, and they're all in the dying state. So the first one is good. We like that.
But okay, here's my question. If all 4 survivors are down, what does that tell us? What does it say to us? Because the survivors can all be in 4 different corners of the map. So how is it that they're all that close to the killer and they're all in the dying state? Is it maybe because the survivors were sniffing glue? Maybe they got too cocky, too arrogant. Maybe they tried to push gens while they were injured. Maybe they tried to go for unhooks while they were injured. They didn't take the time to heal, which only takes 2 seconds to do, but still. Maybe it's that player agency you were pretending to care about actually had an impact on those matches. Right. So slugging for pressure doesn't always just mean slugging one person. Sometimes it means slugging everybody. And you already put a mechanic in the game that allows everyone to instantly leave the game. The millisecond they're all slugged, they can instantly leave. So nobody's time is being wasted. Anyway.
This is a good thing. The second one, not so much.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
back to
no,
some
that's
data.
not what this is.
Overall, killers across all MMR tend to slug for about 30 seconds. So that's time spent in the dying state for survivors.
Oh, it's so unfun.
And overall, high MMR
Dude,
survivors.
every second you're in the dying state could be a second you were AFK on gens. Think about that. Every time you're AFK on the ground, you could have been AFK on gens instead. Holy shit. What a wasted amount of your life. You could have been AFK in an entirely different position. Overall, high MMR survivors spend less time in the dying state. Wow.
Less time in the dying state at
Crazy.
26 seconds, which means that higher MMR survivors will go for those pickups either faster or more efficiently, by bringing perks or whatever. Anyway, that's what happens. So if we look at the comparison between January and now, we do see that survivors spend less time in the
30 seconds on average. What does that mean? What does this actually practically mean in any capacity? Are people being slugged for 30 seconds in a single match every time? Does this mean over the course of 20 matches they were slugged for 2 seconds in each match? Like, I don't know what any of this means. Does he know what it means? Does it sound like it's a problem for 26 seconds of slugging? Does that sound like an actual problem, a priority problem that needs to be addressed somehow by changing the entire game?
dying state. So this is 35 seconds in January, and then it went down to 34 seconds in June, and now it's down to 30 seconds.
So the problem's actively getting
the other thing that's really interesting
better, and
is
you're still
that,
going to step
in
in.
January, there was about 4% of matches that would have bleed outs in them. So that's when you would fully die from being slugged, when your bleed out meter would just empty. And that's down to 2%, and it has been consistent with the release of the abandoned feature. So since the abandoned feature, we've seen a pretty significant drop in the time spent, the bleed out occurrence for survivors. And now this,
You know what? He thinks it's the abandoned mechanic, but it's not the abandoned mechanic. Again, let me step right on in and explain to you why there's less people bleeding out on the ground. Okay? there's less people bleeding out on the ground because you can't self-unhook anymore. So killers are hooking more because they're not worried that the survivor is going to just fucking get a free escape and reset the entire match as often, especially once they've all abandoned already and they're just playing against bots anyway. They don't care. They just want out of the match, but they don't want to abandon because they want to win the match, right? They want to get all their blood points. They don't want to be punished and abandon against a team that's already abandoned against them. So they hook a bunch of bots, and therefore there's less people bleeding out. That's the answer.
This is really
It
interesting.
wasn't your
Well, is
abandoned
the map with
mechanic
the highest
necessarily.
Time spent slugged is the
Act like again,
I
the
have
angle
tried-
he's coming at this from is that, listen, the killers were purposely bleeding people out because they're pieces of shit assholes. They were purposely doing it because they're psychopaths. Like, no, there was practicality reasons involved.
to understand why or how, since I put this in the slide, and I am still not sure. Like, is it the layout of the map that makes it more difficult to find your teammates? I don't know, but it's the highest. And the lowest,
Missed a bit, I'm not
which
gonna lie.
is, contrary
Been
to what we
going
had
for a
with
while
the,
now.
Camping portion is RCPD West Wing at 28 seconds, which is also interesting because I'm pretty sure that that one might be more confusing for survivors.
Bro, these margins are so tiny, it doesn't even matter.
I don't
I
know.
mean, it's fine,
Everybody's
but it
yelling
doesn't matter.
pallets.
Pallets for the game.
We're not going to address the
They're just
pallets
shouting the word pallets.
density. They're talking about
I
pallet
thought that they like
density,
pallets,
guys.
You know, that's cool.
That's literally what they're talking about.
So what are the goals for the slugging update? Obviously, our intention since
Unless
the start was to target
it's
excessive slugging while
possible
we're
actually that they're talking about the game having so many pallets on it that survivors go down under the pallet, therefore it's harder to actually hook. I think that's what they're probably actually shouting pallets for. But I mean, this guy's literally on the right shouting pallet density, remove the extra pallet. So it is pallet density, but it might be that some people there were talking about Gideon having so many pallets that it
slugging for pressure.
makes
so
it
remember the
slugging
small
more
merchant who was
necessary.
using Nia and leaving Dwight on the ground. That's good. That's slugging for pressure.
That's good. We're gonna allow
we did
that.
have some key learnings from the previous PTB. So the first one was that players found that crawling while recovering was too strong.
You don't
So,
say.
For a bit of context, in the previous PTB, survivors could recover. Well, they recovered automatically while crawling, so you could move while recovering.
And by the way, this encouraged slugging unironically, because if a survivor crawled to a pallet that they didn't get down next to, then now you have no choice but to leave them slugged.
Which allowed you to reposition while also getting ready to be picked up, and it was very strong. And players were also faced with lose-lose scenarios because with the tunneling reduction feature and the penalties that were there, you couldn't get someone out because they were the last one that you hooked, but you also couldn't slug them because they could just pick themselves up.
He says that like, who could have known? Who could have known that if we punished the killer for absolutely every single thing in the game, they didn't have any options left? My goodness. We punished them so hard, they were literally couldn't do anything but 2 + 2 = 4 the entire match.
So that's a bit of an oversight on our part, but now this time that is not the case. So again, test it out and give us your feedback.
I will say,
Yes.
Jeff didn't do the pallet density stuff, so he's not going to speak to the pallet density stuff.
Oh yeah, no.
People are.
Sorry, not me, not yet.
When we get
Not
Mandy
yet.
back out here, she can give you an update.
So the next one
Wait a
is
second. Did he just say Mandy was the one who put in the pallet density update? It's confirmed. All right. He said that Jeff doesn't know anything about it. It wasn't his department, but Mandy, let's get her out. I'm just kidding. I don't think Mandy has actually any say whatsoever over game design, but it is interesting. I would like to know how that works. Like, there's some other guy on the team somewhere who was like, I'm adding in 7 trillion pallets. But not this guy.
is that the players felt the time to fill the resolve bar was too short. So on the previous PTB, if I remember correctly, it was 90 seconds, which is pretty short. But in the next PTB, it'll be 120 seconds. So for a bit of
Okay, hold on. Let me get this straight. You're putting in a anti-slug feature. Okay, let's just follow this line of logic. We're putting in an anti-slug feature because on average, survivors are slugged between 32 to 26 seconds per match. So you're putting in a base kit Unbreakable that activates after 120 seconds? Is that addressing this so-called issue of it being boring laying on the ground? Or is it just fucking up the balance of the game? Because it doesn't really sound like it's solving the problem you're intending for it to fix. You're just shitting on Killer for the sake of it. Anyway, I don't get it.
Reference, the bleed out timer for a survivor is 240 seconds. So this will take half of your bleed out timer to fill, which is quite significant. However, it will fill 33% faster for each additional survivor in the dying state. So if a killer is indeed slugging a little bit more than for just pressure, well, they risk a slug or multiple slugs getting back up and away.
Bro, how many times does your own community have to tell you guys that the problem with all of the self-reviving or self-unhooking or anything is that this is a fucking team game? It's a team game. Your teammates need to help you. If you know that they can pick themselves up all the time, then it doesn't mean anything. It's a fucking team game. Make the solution team-based. Why do you think everyone needs to be self-reliant in this 1v1v1v1v1? Is it because you have the Glicko 2 matchmaking MMR system implemented? Like, what is it? It's a team game. Stop making survivors be able to do things by themselves. That's the biggest problem. That's the biggest problem with medkits. They can instantly heal themselves. There's no pressure. That's the biggest problem with a lot of perks that allow people to unhook themselves. Like, you need team gameplay. It's so stupid. Why are we removing the teamwork aspect? You couldn't, like, we already told you about one of the best possible ways to fix this, and it was a team solution, right? 2 slugged players that are fully revived can pick each other up at the same time. You know, that's clutch, that's fun, that's interesting, that's agency. This is just stupid. I know my teammate slugged. I'm not getting alpha fucking Gen now. He'll either pick his own dumbass self up, or the killer's gonna hook him anyway. So I'll just sit on my Gen. Like, that's what's gonna happen. Like, guys, it's not, you're just testing something. You are implementing, you're wasting developer resources on things that it just obviously suck. They suck right out of conception. They never were even decent in thought. I don't need to play it to know it sucks.
So once the resolve bar is full, the survivor will be able to pick themselves up for the rest of the trial.
Great.
However, they need to fill their recovery meter every single time. You can't just like pick yourself back up the moment you're down. And then the last part is the crawling speed of a survivor will increase over time while in the dying state, and it will go up to 1 meter, 1.05.
They just had to get it in somehow, but you can't crawl and revive at the same time, at least.
The normal time a resolve bar takes to fill, so when you're the only survivor in the dying state, versus 2 additional survivors in the dying state. So as you can see, the trapper's taking the time to down I think that's a Claudette, I can't see from here.
So you want to crawl? So the strategy is, by the way, you want to crawl immediately when you get down. Crawl immediately. Try to get to a place maybe where the killer can't see you, and then revive. And you don't need Unbreakable anymore. So just bring Tenacity instead of Unbreakable. You get downed. You start to giga crawl away as fast as you can. And again, this is exactly where everyone else's brain is going to go who's decent at the game. They're going to crawl away with Tenacity into a bush as far away as they can and just wait for that juicy ass self-revive to kick in while their teammates pump gens out on the other side of the map. And who can counter this? S tiers. Anyone else? Go fuck yourself. Get out of the building.
Resolve bar is still filling. It's very hard to see on that monitor because it's so tiny. I should have maybe put that bigger, but anyway. Right, I had to put that there because I accidentally showed something that wasn't supposed to be shown, but it's fine. You didn't see anything. And so as you can see, the resolve bar is still filling. The meg on the right should be about halfway, if my eyes are not deceiving me. I think that's what it is. Anyway, sorry, it's a bit long. It's 120 seconds for the left one, so I'm just gonna yap away. How's everyone's day going?
Yeah, well,
How are you feeling?
they liked your little meme thing. Whatever
That was my rendition of Meg, by the way.
Oh, that was Meg?
Yeah, that was Meg.
So how much did their bleed out timers
there
go
were
down?
reactions, Jeff. There were definitely reactions during that segment. Let's test them out.
Survivors would probably still abandon if they all
I know
managed
that
to
I
get
keep
slugged.
hammering at that point, but you know, as I like to remind people, is
Now,
this game is
What would be the problem with them having to crawl to each other to pick each other up now in this situation, as opposed to just being able to pick themselves up? Right? One is teamwork, one is interesting, the other one is bullshit and leads to horrible design. It leads to just abusing the game in every possible way you can imagine. Flip-flop power struggle teams coming out of the shadows, dude. Yeah, I don't even think you need it to be a team. Just put on tenacity with like a flip-flop and power struggle. You're cooking. You don't need unbreakable anymore. You could use it for the faster recovery, but like there's so many pallets now. And bring conviction instead. They don't pick you up in 2 seconds. You just go down and you conviction. Plot twist. Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways you can abuse this shit. It's so stupid.
designed and developed for the players. And so if the players are not satisfied, then we need to improve. We need to do something better.
But you know what? And this is why I could never be a designer, and then why you don't want me to be a designer. Our players are killers or survivors, and those are very different things.
They are.
It's a super hard balance.
Yeah, killers are piece of shit assholes in real life who live and thrive on the suffering of other people who are just trying to enjoy their day off of work. And survivors are just fucking, man, are they just amazing human beings? Every last survivor never orders food at McDonald's without leaving a tip or donating to a charity during their order. Not one single one of them.
To strike. So you don't want me on your team. That's what I'm saying.
So here you can see the Meg on the right has been done with her resolve bar for quite some time, while the Meg on the left is still trying. So you can see there's a very big difference between only slugging a survivor versus multiple survivors. And I think she's just about to get there. There we go. She just finally got the ability to pick herself back up. And I'm sorry I forgot to put the perk icon for this one, but
Tenacity.
the only perk update for this will be Tenacity.
And you're not going to tell us what it
for
does,
all
are
the
you?
Perk and add-on changes will point you to the patch notes whenever they're out, sometime in the next
So
few weeks.
they're going to change
again.
tenacity. Are they going to nerf it or buff it? I honestly don't know. I don't know. They should nerf it, right? Because like what I just said is that this is going to make tenacity like a meta perk, like a really good, strong meta perk. You could run it entirely by itself and get a ton of value. But they might say, hey, we know that, we're going to nerf it. Who knows?
And when you have
Probably
any
not.
feedback, please do share it.
I think they did
Definitely
nerf
were
it
some-
last time,
before you
but
get to
that makes
Tenacity,
sense.
Some big Tenacity fans in the chat that wanted to hear about it, so shout out to them. Jeff, please take a breather. You're not done, though. But we're going to take a Jeff break and hand it over to Justin. Jeff, thank you so much.
I give you the clicker of
I will
power.
gladly give you a break, sir.
To echo what I saw someone say, you're doing great, Jeff.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think we did a full run through before.
Oh man, that couch is leather.
long.
Holy shit.
Damn. So I'm here to talk about a very hot topic that I think people have been asking about. Let's see if this clicker works properly first.
What is a hot topic?
Autohaven.
Autohaven is a
We've
hot
heard a few things
topic?
from players, you could say. Some would say it's too dark.
Yeah.
Oh, this is like
So
Switch players or
We've
something.
taken a look with our team. We've gone in and we've actually done like a really nice visual pass. But
My DLC
instead
for
of
just paid
talking
for that
about it,
couch.
I just want to show players. I just want to show them what the team has done. They'll be available on this PTB to try out.
This is all them on Reddit, by the way. That
I really
wasn't
want folks'
just.
feedback on this.
So on the left, you have the version that is presently live. On right is the version.
Am I
of the
crazy, or
Autohaven
does
realm
this
map
look just
that will
like
be
the
live
Walking
during
Dead map?
PTB. Now, if you notice, the team has gone through, brightened up the textures, adjusted the lighting.
This
and
looks
kept
just
a
like the
really
Walking
nice
Dead map.
atmosphere
Like
to
it's the
entire
exact
map.
same skybox, I think.
Just want to say, this is probably one of the only realms where I have to boost my gamma up to the max because I literally could just never see anything.
It's something where like you don't remember how dark it is because you're kind of just used to it. But then when you take
Looks like Plague
a look
puked on
through
it.
what it could look like,
I like
to
the
properly brighten
skybox
and
more,
see
like the
all textures
lighting
properly.
and stuff.
Wow,
Like
so
it
it's-
does look a little bit
and
like
it's amazing with just
higher
that
quality,
amount of work
but
the team
like
has been able to do. So like really congrats to the art team to be able to.
it kind of just
polish
bothers
this,
me
make
that it's
this
so
one more
green.
visible, and
I
I'm
don't
really
know.
looking forward to hear what
It
everyone has
looks
to
like
say about all the
it
auto-haven
looks
maps
like
on
the
PTB.
Walking Dead
So we've
shitty
even
filter
made a map
that they put
showcase
on.
that will rotate a map from AutoHaven each day, so you can easily jump in and just try it out. And like
There's a map showcase in the PTB
Go ahead.
that
we are
for
testing everything
just
here.
for AutoHaven.
We want to make sure
Why?
that players
Why
are
not just
satisfied, that they feel
up
that
the
this is an improvement.
AutoHaven's like
If not,
time?
we are absolutely willing to go back and do some tweaks, make sure that players feel that this is what they were expecting when they were asking for, improved lighting on AutoHaven, or complaining that it's too dark.
Just to confirm, the map showcases like having a separate queue for that realm specifically.
Exactly. So players can jump right into that. They'll play
Ooh,
one of these.
AutoHaven
I
only
forget
queue.
exactly
Let's
what
go.
rotation we pick, but we can absolutely share that. So if you want to come, back one
Everybody
week,
is shitting
one
on
of
him
the
for this in the
AutoHaven
chat.
maps,
Yeah.
not a problem.
Cool. Very cool.
Still on the subject of maps.
Bro, well, why are they okay? Like, you want to talk about a hot topic? Why are we going for AutoHaven before Swamp? What are they holding out on for Swamp? Why don't they want to touch it? They seem terrified. Swamp is still like in 2016, like when Hag came out. That's like the version of Swamp we still have. It's like all of a sudden you're loading into like a PS1 game. I don't get it.
Finished a map survey that we sent out to players, and I don't have the final numbers, but it was tens of thousands, I will safely say. So thank you everyone who filled that out, because we've been I'm going to use Eric's words.
Here's a map
thirsty
survey.
for
They
data
all
on
suck.
this kind of stuff.
Every map sucks.
So I don't have a lot I can share with you right now, but we are using it towards a lot of initiatives and to inform some decisions. One thing I can share is that we know what your top 5 enjoyed maps are. Some may shock you.
No, they won't
So-
shock me. You know why they won't shock me? Because there's 4 times as many Survivor players as there are Killer players. So I know every map is going to be the most fucking piece of shit, dog shit, diarrhea stain in the game. It's probably going to be Dead Dog Saloon, Ormond, Eerie of the Crows, Bad Ham. Like, you know what? I don't think Bad Ham will be in the top 5. Do you know why? It won't be in the top 5 because every Killer player probably unanimously got together and voted that they hated it. So that probably was enough to like kick it out of the top 5.
What we did here is we took a look at the most liked and the most disliked, and so really took both of these into account for how players rated each map. Now, if you see a map here that you didn't get,
I made a
chance to
video
answer
earlier
on,
this year where I said the most underrated horrible maps in the game, and Dead Dog was my number 1.
that's normal. Players were only given 5 maps from the total to answer. Otherwise, if you have you answering on all the maps, you are never finishing the
lot.
survey.
It's a lot.
It's
This
a
might
lot.
challenge some perceptions here.
Maybe a bit. So
Or not.
at 5th we have, I should have put RCPD. I always forget the name. That's on me.
West Wing,
We have the
one of
West
the
Wing.
best Survivor maps in
We
the
then have
game.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Freddy Fazbear's is a bit of an interesting one. I wouldn't say it's the most horrifically unbalanced map in the game. It's definitely Survivor sided. But I don't like. I think that's more of there just because people, they're just fans of Five Nights at Freddy's. That's the only thing I can think of. Same thing with, I guess,
The
RPD
East Wing.
East. All right, if both RPDs are there, either people don't know the difference, or again, we're going off of just like fanism.
We have Ormond Resort.
Yeah, Ormond, yeah. One of the absolute most dogshit maps in the game for Killer, unless you're like an S tier. Like, Ormond is so horrible for Shift W and not being able to ever gain pressure. You can just never gain pressure on this map.
Which I know is someone's favorite in this room I'm staring at. And then we have our champion, like, is Dead Dog Saloon.
Who would have
It's
thought?
actually not a shocker, because whenever we would have players vote on maps that would get boosted before anniversary events, always the winner,
Dead Dog.
all the time.
Are we going to
Because why is Dead Dog Saloon a shit map? Like, let's just quickly, because they talked about Dead Dog Saloon in Scott Yoon's last podcast, and they were telling, I think they were saying that Dead Dog is like their favorite map. Not Scott's, but I think Hens and Tofu both agreed that Dead Dog was like the best map in the game. The shit thing with Dead Dog is the gameplay loop on it sucks nuts. Balls, stinky, that like just horrible rancid nutsack. Why? Because when a survivor gets hit anywhere on the map, and it is a smaller map, what do? They run to main building every single time. Every single time they run to main building because it has no resources and it arbitrarily wastes a shitload of your time as killer if you're not playing like an S tier. So the whole gameplay loop becomes killer on one side of the map doesn't want to commit, and on the other side of the map you have the survivors holding down the saloon. It's a dog shit. The design is so counterintuitive. It's so bad. Of course the DVD community would vote it as the #1 map. Of course they would. Because there's probably an infinite supply of fucking glue in that saloon. But it doesn't surprise me at all. And now again, when the devs see this, what do they think? Maybe it's a good thing that we like smaller maps. That's true. We do like smaller maps, but man, on that map, we just need to have the most disgusting main building imaginable, like a main building that you are just so safe in, and that there's a gen upstairs that's literally impossible to pressure, but my god, are we gonna make you watch us do it? We want you to watch us do that gen and know there's not a goddamn thing you can do to make us stop doing it.
To add that crown on top.
Unless you're nerds.
To celebrate that.
I may have to go to the team and ask for it, but probably not. No expectations. So
Yeah, it
with
is
a lot of
fair.
this info, we're going to do some things that we've been hearing players talk about, because we've been waiting on this data to help us make more informed decisions. So we
Right.
are going to be rebalancing the weights of the maps so that you get the maps that you like more often,
No,
and we are going to adjust the realm repeat prevention.
dude, we don't want more Dead Dog Saloon. We don't want more RPD. We fucking really don't want more Ormond. You can't do a survey where 400% of the player base plays one side. That's just gonna make it to where you play on nothing but survivor-sided maps. And even if let's say they let killers decide it, that wouldn't be any better. We want variety. Like, we want variety. Holy shit, you guys suck at your job. I'm sorry. You suck at it. You're terrible. You're terrible at your jobs. You said it like you were proud of yourself. It makes me sick. Well, not really. I don't care that much. But it's so stupid. Like, are you serious? Like, how can you be that stupid? Like, come on. Come on. Like, you're not that bad at your job. I just refuse to accept it.
So right now, let's say it tweaks your second most played map. It reduces the weight by reduces it to 25% of what it is or something.
Everybody's screaming
Don't quote me
no.
on that.
No!
They're definitely gonna.
Yeah, I don't know why I said it. It's a terrible idea.
They should just have a big bottle of
we are going
Elmer's
to
sitting
make
right
it
on
more
that
harsh.
coffee table.
So that among everyone who's in a match, amongst all 5 players, you will have a higher chance of getting a map that none of you have played in those past few matches.
That'll never work, what he just said. Like, what he just said will never work. I respect it, but it'll never work. You'll have a less of a chance. No. We know this won't happen. It's just not gonna happen. Yeah, lately, but yeah, like, if they've already been, especially like if they've already been testing this and this is where we're at, I don't think there's any open all, because like, what? Fire on. Yeah, more Dead Dog and Ormond. I'm so done with this trash. Yeah. Like, who wants to play that, bro? Do you just want to play S tier killer for the rest of your life? The only option here is to play Survivor. There's a no, like, playing killer with this? I don't want to play killer now. It's not even these changes. Like, I don't want to play killer now. Imagine in this universe. Like, I'm good.
Between all of these, I'm hoping that really.
I was hoping I had a Elmer's PNG on my like PC so I could put it on their table, but I didn't have one.
It just gives you a lot more fun.
It just
This is not something
it just gives you a lot
that we're
more
going
fun.
to tweak for the PTB, by the way. So I
Right.
want to be clear. I'd rather keep
It's a
the focus
longer-term
on,
thing.
exactly. I'd rather keep the focus on AutoHaven. We do also just need to finalize what those values are, how we are actually taking all of the data into account. That sweet, juicy data.
That
But
juicy
I'm
data.
hoping that this helps improve players' experience, quite a bit.
Cool.
Just curious. Like, I'm gonna ask chat a question.
Oh, they're ready.
But do it.
They're hanging
Out
on the
of
edge of their seat.
curiosity,
Wait, I just realized something. Do you guys see this guy? Do you see, like, am I? Hold on. I might be onto something with this. God, why is like the only picture they have of this guy so ass? Hold on a second. Bro. Is it him? Has Wes Keltner secretly become an employee of behavior? Is this why they started saying stay tuned all the time? There's... Maybe it all makes sense now. Maybe the truth is out. The real reason TCM got canceled is because Wes Keltner had to focus his attention on DVD. You know, he couldn't focus anymore here. Anyway, we can go back to
have you seen an increase in, I don't know, Hawkins or the game or RPD? Because in my matches, that's what I've seen a lot of
RPD.
lately. RPD.
Yeah.
So I'm very thankful that we're looking at that, because some variety would go a very long way.
Well, we're going to see. So I think the realm repeat prevention will help there.
Yes.
Dork shouting
Yeah.
from the back.
So we are also going to look into just making sure that it is working as intended. So that's a little.
So
additional
they've
feature
been
here,
trying
because
it
we
in
are
the
very-
background. So what he just said is they've been trying this in the background without telling us, right? They've been using us as lab rats with this new map design. And you already see the result of how dog shit it is. We're playing on RPD. We're playing on Toba Landing 1,000 times. Nostromo, which is the same realm, by the way, which isn't supposed to happen. So like you can already see that it's not working and it feels shit. And yet this guy's getting super defensive. He's like, why don't you just calm down? Why don't you just calm down? All right, we're still testing it. Like
Occurrences of things like this. And we want to make sure that what the changes that we are doing, we're confident with them, and that players can expect to have that good variety of content during their match.
Very cool stuff.
Dude, just make it random.
fun. I like
Just
we
make
should
it
pull the timer
random.
off.
What are we
I
doing?
like
It's
it.
that simple. You
Thank
don't
you so
need to
much,
put a
Justin.
system in.
Stick of power then.
I'm excited for people to test this in PTB and may or may not release it someday.
Test in PTB,
Yeah.
you say? How?
PTB, the T stands for testing.
Oh my
I'm
god.
gonna die on this hill.
Are you sure it doesn't stand for time? As in time wasting? Dev hours? Billions of them?
I probably will. What's UX?
So UX, that stands for user experience.
True.
And if I may, experiencia de usuario, for all the Spanish speaking and my Chilean brothers and sisters. It's all about how do we present the game, deliver interaction, make it feel great, and also as engaging as possible. You understanding what you
Oh
can
no,
do.
this guy's
what
gonna
you're
be a
not
time
allowed to
waster.
do,
Holy shit,
how
this
to
stream
do
is
it in
long.
the best way. So yeah.
No one will know.
Or the book spend, that was UX doing their dark magic.
Yeah, you got it.
What we're doing is on PTV, we are showing a new face, a new way of presenting the settings menu. Oh, right, I have the power.
Yeah, you
I
got it.
forgot. Yeah, well, it's such a new technology.
Damn!
So we're going with a more modern way of presenting the settings. Also trying to keep the horror theme. So we're not trying to.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. Like, I'm sure you're proud of yourselves for this, but like, I don't think anyone needs to see this. Like, this could have just been a surprise when you got on the PTV.
Also, to start saying, okay, let's go and make our widgets better. So instead of just being clicking.
Wait, you mean I don't have? There's a slider now. I don't have to just click the arrow key 700 times. Wow, that's crazy.
We just said, let's go with something we're all used to, and just let people.
Horror
drag
settings, yes, it's very
the little
scary.
bar.
I'm
And this is also
terrified.
super important because sometimes there are needs things better, test them, also make the color that you want to have.
Wait,
and
what?
It is because of widgets users in the future. So
The copyrighted music feature doesn't work anyway, by the way,
also
so it
took
doesn't
this as an
matter. You're gonna get
opportunity to
copyrighted
start
music whether you
trying
like it or
new little
not.
widgets.
New
And you can
scratch
see a lot of
marks colors.
here.
Bro, this is huge. This is huge. New scratch marks, because red sucks. It's always sucked. It's iconic, but it's always sucked. And now people are going to be able to make their game look so stupid. Like, well, you could like make your scratch marks like cyan. Like, look how bright that cyan is. It's like 10 layers brighter than any of the other color options. So everybody's just going to make their scratch marks like cyan now. It's going to be so fucking Fortnite. Here's the thing. For people that are actually colorblind, this is a huge W because like obviously the game just sucks if you're colorblind, but like the unfortunate truth is every time you implement a feature for what's the word for inclusion or whatever, I forget the word, but every time you do that, it also affects balance. It just does. So this is gonna definitely hurt the identity of the game a little bit for sure. Everybody having like super bright ass cyan. I know they're gonna go for cyan. Look how bright it is. It's glowing. It's literally glowing off the screen.
And it is because we are testing in this PTV, letting you all customize the color that you want to have on your scratch marks. This is something that all players are going to be able to see, but it's also very.
They're making reshade base basically.
Won the stream. You're the winner.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I thought he wanted like the bulk
Then
VP spending.
okay,
but
drop the mic, I'm leaving then. I already won.
They're calling you Poppy, by the way.
Oh my!
Damn.
Let's get used to that.
Okay.
You've seen them use cyan scratch marks
Diego?
before?
Poppy Diego.
So yeah, and one thing
It's
I want
like
to
when people
show,
who aren't
some
handicapped
images, but one
park
thing I
in the
want to make,
handicapped
to
spot. Yeah,
communicate here is that
exactly.
We're trying to empower all players. So of course this comes from us thinking of accessibility for people.
Accessibility, that's the word I was thinking of.
But we are trying to go beyond that, making the game better for everyone, and thus covering from this special situation or needs. So I think I will. It's just what I said there.
Yep.
So this is an example of the left side.
Of course they go straight to the cyan one.
Bigger on the.
I
right
could have
side,
never
it's
imagined
one of
why.
the colors applied, this type of cyan color. if someone would like to have that. Even now,
the reason I think she's there is that I think she's like kind of doing the technical aspect of the stream in the background, making sure everything works and stuff. Like, it's so obvious, bro.
I must say I don't have color blindness, and it's easier for me to look at.
He just said, I must say I don't have color blindness, but I must admit it's easier for me to see. I appreciate the honesty, bro.
The contrast between the cyan color and all the yellow kind of palette on the Cold Wind farm. And we can see using another color how this could be seen, because this is a simulation of someone with protanopia, that they perceive reds closer to the yellow, and
so this is why it's good for people who have color blindness, basically,
so
because this is what it would look like for them.
Have people on house that they are able to see scratch marks for the first time.
Yes. In this room, even.
In this
White
room,
scratch marks on Ormond.
And the way we are doing it is allowing.
The snow map. I think it'll still look good, to be honest. I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. I mean, in the worst case, you could swap it on Ormond if you get it, but I think it'll still be the best one.
You to go even during match to the beta tab, because we're testing this.
Oh man, you could get to it quick too. Yeah, so that's all you'd have to do if you got on Ormond. You would just find out like which scratch marks are the, and I can already tell you there's going to be a YouTube video like day one from like Hens or somebody who will literally tell you what scratch marks are the best scratch marks to use for every single map. They'll be like, on this realm you want to use this color, on this realm you want to use this color. This is gonna get min-maxed so quick, you have no idea. Like this is gonna be min-maxed so quick. It actually already is on Reshade. They have like pre-mates for every map in the game, so it already kind of is, but somebody's gonna make a video that goes for everybody. The scratch mark color meta, no joke, it'll exist. Every accessibility feature will be sweated, every one of them.
Also, well, all players to go and change the color per map and to try it out, see which one works better for all maps, or maybe they would like to have it change it per map. All these things we would love to know. How do they use it? Is this interesting or not? Or are they okay with just one color, etc.? And the neat thing is that even with this
white doesn't look too bad, but I still think that the cyan is better.
But Survivor just decided to go into a locker there. So another example that we have there, a little bit shorter, is on the Macmillan stage.
I think I'd still keep red just out of fucking like self-pride.
Red jet darker map. Here you're using another sort of colors. But by the way, since we're in this phase of continuous improvement, we are always trying to find how to make from little to big things better, and we're testing these things out. Colors may vary, and we are going to be adding perhaps more colors if this is necessary, if you players want it.
Lots of purple requests.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we
Lots of
are adding a purple.
Lots of Prince fans in here.
Yes, it's most
Piss
probably that
marks.
we're going to go out with a purple. Don't quote me on that, as I'm quoting Justin, having said don't quote me on that.
Wait, what was that?
Lots of Prince fans in here.
Yes. It's most probably
You could change.
that we're going to go
There was
out
something
with
there.
a purple.
Oh, that was the point of
Don't
view.
quote me
I
on
see.
that,
I
as
was like,
I'm
what is that
quoting
down there?
Justin, having said don't quote me on that. But yeah, purple is one of the ones that we have noticed that could be better. So that's the whole thing of the scratch mark. I hope everyone can really test it out and make most of it, so they can share what are their thoughts
Yes.
and have the best
It's
customized
literally
and
that.
empowering experience as possible.
Yep. Thank you so much, Diego. Before you go, there was another small thing we did UX-wise in terms of people getting into the game, right?
Sorry,
Right,
just,
yes.
sorry,
Oh.
just before I want to say about the
so
scratch marks.
Predator blood.
Yes, you are. I mean, Papi Diego. You know,
I didn't
they
make
said
it up. They said it.
I was gonna say I struggle to see scratch marks on Toba Landing, and I am so happy that I will be able to finally potentially. And I don't have color blindness or anything. It's just so.
Yeah, that's
visually
true.
noisy that I
Using
lose
red
track of scratch
on
marks, so
Toba
having
Landing
different color, I
is.
think, will be
I won't do
super
that
helpful for
either.
map for me.
That map's shit. I would definitely
I'm
put
glad to hear
cyan
that.
on or
It's
something.
also a thing for me, as I
Just 'cause
mentioned,
screw that map.
So I have seen this struggle. So imagine with people
Glaze!
that have color blindness.
Hey, that man sucks.
And one thing before the thing that I have forgotten, because I have forgotten another one.
Oh.
I always forget that I forget things. So
It's so many cool things, you forget them.
yeah,
That's amazing.
yeah. Well, we want to know how this
Every
thing
dude
is
in this
perceived,
room is
because
sitting
there
exactly
may be
the
some
same way.
opportunities in the future for us to keep allowing players to play around with colors. So as long as we keep the atmosphere, the intention of the
Like,
game,
we need to turn the camera
core
off and
aspect,
make
but
out for a
also
second.
The actual nature of it being as good as it is, or even better, there may be some opportunities of allowing players to change the color of other aspects in the game.
Room full of hipsters.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, the other thing I forgot, and thank you for bringing it up. So as I mentioned, UX has to do with so many things, and it also has to do with allowing players on getting to the game and to the fun part as fast, as smoothly as possible. So
The X guys just
we
having
are
a good time.
testing
But
here-
let's take a look, all right? Black shoes, black shirt. Like, olive green shoes, olive green jacket. Red shoes, red jacket. Like, what's going on here? Did these guys, like, buy all their outfits out of, like, a catalog? Like, Eric Pope's the only one here rocking some pink shoes. Give the man credit.
on PTV, a little change on how you enter the game. So we are removing
Definitely
the
all
video
Survivor mains.
after you have seen it one time. So every time we put another video there, another cool thing for you to see. You're going to get into the game, you're going to see the neat video, and then taken immediately, without any extra loading screen, into the main menu. Next time, you're going to get there, you're going to see the photosensitivity disclaimer as always, no video, immediately to the main menu. So now you don't have to be there doing 3-4 clicks just to get into the game. So
It does take forever to get into Dead by
faster, you
Daylight.
can
It's super annoying.
Get there and start killing people if you want to.
Another
Or try to
dub from
survive.
Poppy Diego.
W.
I'm waiting to get
W.
back to the seat and just see in chats just all the Poppy Diego from all the
Yes. Do we not say dubs anymore? We say W. We say the full W. I say dub. I'm old though.
I don't feel
That's
like
a
any
thing.
of us are young enough to
children.
know anymore.
Yeah, I just don't try anymore.
No?
The cool
Great.
kids say they just say W.
Okay, we gotta skip
Okay,
ahead.
just say W.
I know
Like,
that
I
you're
like
doing the
we're
Zoom-
so far out of like.
So, PTB again, test build.
Yes.
Testing changes, really important. There are some upcoming changes that I think are really important to highlight, and I think there are people out there who would be very happy to hear about
What?
them.
What?
And you may
What
have
now?
noticed a familiar
We're not done
silhouette
yet?
in the PowerPoint, and that is the one of Skull Merchant.
Literally everyone noticed. Yes.
I'm glad. I'm glad it wasn't subtle at all, because that was my point. I'm glad. Good job, chat. And you know, it's time to give her a little something. And for a bit of context, I think it was actually in October of 2024. I'm pretty sure it was October last year. We did a series of changes to her, which you know, had the goal of bringing her power level down.
No.
But you know, I'm going to be honest, they were pretty heavy-handed.
Yeah, you didn't want to bring her power level down. You wanted to literally destroy her and make nobody play her on purpose because you didn't have any ideas on how to fix her at the time. Even though there was nothing wrong with her, she was totally fine, completely 100% fine. But you still decided, people, even though they have no idea what they're talking about, we're just going to blindly listen to them, because they didn't. They had fucking absolutely no idea why they didn't like Skull Merchant after her rework. And they nerfed her into oblivion because of people crying, which they still cry because when you play Skull Merchant, even now, people still think she's like some fucking broken brain dead killer when she doesn't even have a power anymore. So like there's nothing you're ever going to be able to do to make people like her, because they're literally monkeys. Like they've already made up their mind and there's no way to change their mind. So you just have to accept that.
And they had the result that we wanted it to have, where her kill rate dropped significantly, because she was at, I think it was like 70% kill rate. It was very, very high. And her DC rate was also through the roof. And that's no longer the case. So with the upcoming PTB, there are some changes that we will do to the Skull Merchant, which are...
Okay. All right. We just had a little bit of a router update, I think, there. But what I'll just go straight back into continuing the thought. Skull Merchant, what we found out in this killer, who's the worst killer thing, is that the thing that made us never lose, I think we never lost a match with Skull Merchant, or maybe we lost very, very few. What we found out is that her literal like 10 seconds, 15 seconds of on-demand undetectable, where she could just throw the drone out and get undetectable, was by far the strongest thing in her kit. By far. We could win almost all of our matches just because she had that and nothing else. Nothing else mattered. Just that like on-demand undetectable. So I'm curious where they take the design. Because right now it's terrible. The literally only thing she has in her kit is the undetectable, and that's enough.
Buffs. So the first one is that her drones will rotate faster. And don't worry, I have a video after this to show you, but I'm just going to go through the list first. So they'll rotate 10 degrees faster.
Exactly, Jester. That's 100% right.
We have increased the hindered penalty for getting scanned to 10%. It was 8% on live. We've decreased the cooldown to deploying your drones. So on live, it's 10 seconds. Now it'll be 7. And consequently, to make sure that, you don't stay undetectable for the entire match, we'll reduce the undetectable duration just a little bit. So that,
Okay, hold on. Increase the drone rotation. All right, this doesn't matter. The drone rotation doesn't matter if you still have a massive delay before you can be tagged again, right? That's the big issue with Skull Merchant right now, is that she gets tagged. Or I mean, you get tagged, the survivor gets tagged, and then there's a huge cooldown before they can get tagged again. That's the big problem she has. It makes it to where you could basically loop her inside her drone, and it's not a big deal because there's such a huge delay before you can get another tag on you. Now, so again, increasing the hindered doesn't really matter if you're not tagging the survivors often. So yeah, because it's when the trap actually goes on that anything interesting happens. Decrease the deploy drone cooldown to 7 seconds. Okay, that's good, but decreasing the undetectable duration to 6 seconds is why? Why? This is the only actual tangible good thing she has is undetectable. That's it. Her deploying the drone faster, it fucking means absolutely nothing if you're taking away her undetectable. Nothing. You're basically making her Eerie mandatory to even have a chance. Removed the fast vault immunity to scan lines. It doesn't matter, guys. Like, the only thing that matters is how often they can actually be tagged. If they can only be tagged once every minute, it doesn't fucking matter.
We have removed the fast.
Did someone say Bob's biggest nerf imaginable?
Is that initially, when you fast vaulted a window or pallet, you would get scanned, and then in the update, I don't know if it was the one last year, sometime between, but we removed that and we gave immunities to survivors doing that action, and I think that had a really, very big hit on the Skull Merchant. And then the last thing, this is a bit of a new one-ish, kind of. In the original design of Skull Merchant, when we updated her the first time after her initial release, I'm pretty sure. Sorry, timelines and memories and stuff. It's all very vague. We added a protection against survivors who would try to grief the Skull Merchant by standing underneath her drones, which is that if you stay underneath the drone, you would get a claw trap almost instantly. And I have seen a lot of people online think that that is a bug. So it's not a bug, it's just a failsafe. Let's call it that way. And to keep a similar functionality, which I think our Skull Merchant players have embraced, but also make it fair for survivors so that they understand that something bad is happening to them. We're going to make that build up over time. So instead of getting instant lock on and get a claw trap immediately, you will get one stack of lock on every 2.5 seconds. So you'll see the full visual on your model.
Dude, I've never played against anybody standing under one of her drones. I feel like this is a non-issue.
Move out of the way and not stay there. And the last thing that we did, and I think this is another one that the Skull Merchant players
It was a nerf
really
again,
like.
by the way.
By the way, these, we this particular one was a suggestion from one of our consultants, so I just want to say shout out.
This was like, okay, so what he's about to say was a direct recommendation from one of the consultants, right? Someone who's on the payroll. Let's see what they cooked.
Really helpful group. They help us, figure out what would feel right for a killer, and then we can put it on the PTB and get even more feedback. So this last one is basically when you deploy a drone, there is a detection area where if you, as the killer, go too close to it, it will move up. When it moves up, it's basically disabled. So the comparison that I would make, and maybe it's not a really good one, but it's a comparison that I can think of, is with Pinhead. When you chain someone and you walk into the chain, it breaks. So it's like the power kind of like works against you in a way.
Hey, you know it. Hey, you know that? Maybe you should, instead of nerfing Pinhead's add-ons, you should address that, because it's really annoying. It feels like your power is quite literally working against you. So yeah, maybe just something to consider if you are completely 100% aware of that and you're literally using it as an analogy.
And this is a prime example of that, where you can deploy a drone, and then just because you were slightly too close to it, it'll move up, and then suddenly you have no scan lines from that drone. So here again, I have a comparison video for each of these steps, and we can go through it and look at the changes. And of course, test them, please, and give feedback. So the first one here is the rotation speed. You can see the new one is definitely faster, which will make it trickier to avoid as a survivor. Not impossible, because you can still crouch or stop moving when the scan line would go over you, and then that way you don't get detected.
Whatever consultant came up with this idea, it's a very minor thing, I think, but overall it is good. It is good. So whoever came up with that gets a thumbs up.
But yeah. And then the next one that you saw was the drone collision detection with the killer. As you can see, we'll play it again, but as you can see in the video, you could get really up close. This is the
that undetectable is useless. It's literally useless. It's like Demogorgon's undetectable coming out of a portal. It's just fucking worthless.
And I'm sorry,
it makes me vomit
way too early in that new video, but you get the point. I could deploy drones much faster than in the previous one. And here on the left, you can see the Dwight is fast vaulting the pallet, and the drone, first of all, you can notice that it won't scan you because the scan line is white. That's how you know if it will scan you. And then on the right...
Yeah, we added that a long time ago.
Yeah, UX. And you can see on the right, it turns orange when I'm fast vaulting because it will detect me during that time. And then this is finally what I was talking about. As you can see on the left side, Dwight will get the claw trap instantly from staying under the drone, and on the right,
who would stay under a drone for that long?
That you would get from a scan line, which is
oh my god!
Up, and then after the
why? Just make it instant. Then
so I'm gonna go back really
what
quickly.
are they doing? You had to stand. Well, who stands still for that long in a match? Nobody.
Drone killer detection part, because I think it was very quick. It's just after this one. So if you pay attention to the left, the Skull Merchant gets not even that close to the drone, and it goes up. And then the right one, you can actually see the model up close and look at the details, and it will not go up until you are literally underneath it. I think it's a small change, but I think it'll be really helpful in maneuvering around your own power, which I think is, it's important for a killer to be able to play around their power.
Too much, Julia.
Right. And the next thing, I forgot about this slide. The next thing that I wanted to talk about was to do a follow-up on the design preview. So as you know, we had a design preview.
Yeah, I think she's worse, honestly. I think she made her worse. Am I crazy?
Skull Merchant and
I'm pretty sure she's fucking worse.
Would like to do and all that stuff, and we gathered a lot of feedback. So we took that feedback and we made changes to the proposal that we had last. And we went through the process of scoping the proposed design. And what scoping is that each of the departments look at the design, and we identify the tasks that are required, and then we see how many man days are required to complete that design.
How many days?
I knew it. I knew you were going to say something.
Man days. Man days.
That's not what they say.
In its current form, it is bigger than anticipated from a technical standpoint. There's a lot of technicalities in the way that it needs to be built, and we're busting our budget, basically, in terms of like man days that we can afford. So what's next? Well, we have identified portions of the design that we could change, you know, whether that's cutting it, whether that's, you know, making them smaller. So we have a plan. However, we ask ourselves, what if the small tweaks that we do in the next PTB bring her to a good enough spot where players are happy?
They think they're actually buffing her.
We see that
Bro, she's
it helps
worse.
her in terms
She's
of,
actually
kill rate
worse.
and DC rate and all that.
Are
Like,
people?
that's something we have to consider.
I think people just have absolutely no
so
idea what's going on, and they just
Assuming
get
that
excited
the
when
next
they
PTB
hear
goes
words.
well, and that those changes are well received, and that, you know, everything is good. We could use the resources for other more pressing matters. What those are, I'm not sure, because those are discussions that happen outside of my expertise, but that is a possibility. And again, I want to remind you, you know, these are going in the
It's like they're all frivolous changes. They don't actually address the big issue, which is how often she actually gets a mark on you, right? Like that was the massive nerf, getting rid of the 2 scan lines, slowing it down, putting in the huge delay before you can get scanned again after getting scanned. Like, these are the things that made her work like terrible. It wasn't the, you know, so like putting in like these little things like, oh, there's going to be 2% extra hinder and stuff, it won't actually have an effect because they're still not getting scanned. So it's like they're basically doing this thing where they're buffing things that don't matter and nerfing things that do matter. So when you look at it as like a spreadsheet or like it kind of goes, oh, like, look, they're buffing her, but when you actually get down to the details, it's just bullshit. They're just nerfing her again.
in the next PTB, and I think it's really important to share feedback, how you feel about it, if you think it's too strong, too weak. Any feedback is good, as long as it's constructive, of course. And then, sorry, did you want to?
Well, I was just going to say, the chat was a perfect summary of the Skull Merchant conversation. While you're going through it, very well received by a number of people. So I'd see about 5 dubs, followed by, no one likes Skull Merchant, which you're both right. You know, you're both living your own realities, and that's right to you. It's your truth. But this is, again, what I'm trying to point out. Our designers have to find the balance between these two extremes.
Yes, and
So-
You don't have to find the balance between these two extremes. You really don't. Actually, that's a horribly, like, not a good way to think about it. You do what's best for the game. You understand, you have the big picture in your mind, what you need to do to make the game the best. Like, yes, like, you can look at the feedback, of course, but, like, you don't want to like, you want to be good at what you're doing. You know, you want to be able to be the one that goes like, okay, I know how to fix this problem, right? And Gun tried to do that. They were like, we know how to fix this problem, but they didn't. They were just terrible, and it led to even more problems, right? So in like that case, you're better off listening to the community, because you yourself are actually the worst person at fixing it. But in reality, if you're trying to do this in like a good way, you want to be the best person at doing it. So you don't want to try to find the balance between what one glue sniffer and another glue sniffer is complaining about. You want to just make what's the best experience. And sometimes that means thinking outside the box. Listening to feedback from your community is good, but there's such a thing as listening to them too much and allowing a game to lose its identity because of it. Yes, and they will. I think most communities, especially large ones, will destroy their own game if you let them have the reins.
And if I can build upon that, you know, any killer update that we do from a design standpoint or game standpoint, it comes with risks, right? We have a dedicated fan base for the Skull Merchant, and they love her as she is, and they would really like her to stay as close as possible to what she currently is, and that's very fair and valid. And then on the other end, you have players who absolutely do not like her.
Survivors.
And with an update, we have the goal of pleasing as many people as we can, but there is a risk that we miss our mark. And so then we have, you know, pissed off and lost all the dedicated Skull Merchant mains, but we've also not achieved our goal of bringing more people in. Yeah. So that's why we're looking at our options based on the feedback that we'll get. And of course,
you're never going to make survivors like Skull Merchant, guys. Just letting you know.
Right. And then you may have remembered, or you may remember, that we also had another design preview, this time for the Trickster. And that one kind of, you know, happened and sort of like went radio silent. and I want to apologize on behalf of the entire team. But I do have an update. So it's not exactly as it was in that design preview. It has been updated.
I don't
to
even
be
remember the
stronger,
design
better.
preview anymore, I'll be honest.
But his update is in active development, and it brings him to the next level. I really think that his kit is being elevated by this update, and it will be very visually cool, which is, you know, very thematic because
So he's
also
going to have like an Oni mode, or he already
and
has main event, so they're going to upgrade main event in some way, probably.
Yeah, it can be cool. Yeah.
Visually. Ooh, it's a visual buff.
Anyway, and to my last point that I just said about the Skull Merchant is that it aims to please longtime trickster players.
What is this? No. Yeah, okay, let's say STY. It's like saying shitty? Style. It's style? Oh, it is. Okay. I mean, if you felt like that was a necessary thing to put in, then I guess, like, I can't.
And invite others to try him out. I think there were some very key points in our design preview for Trickster that longtime Trickster players really, really liked. And so I'm not going to go into details because we'll have plenty more opportunities to talk about it. But it really has the goal of, you know, keeping those things that Trickster players like, while also introducing some really cool stuff for people to, you know, be interested in trying them out.
Hell yeah.
Hell
That's
yeah.
it for me. I don't want to go next because I don't know if there's a spoiler
Yeah,
afterwards.
just stay there.
Okay.
I think
I'll stay there.
yeah.
No more clicker for me.
I get one. I get to do one. I get to do one in this update in this section. So there is something
This is
that
so long.
you know, throughout the year we've been talking about quality of life and delivered some beautiful things from UX and stuff like that. But it's clearer and clearer with each update. The real focus people want is on bugs. I think that's clear.
Damn.
And what we
Who
have
would've thought?
been talking about is a way to make that more effective, to know which are the biggest bugs, which are the ones most desired to be
Who
fixed
cares
in
about
priority
bugs? We
orders
have
of things.
systems that we need to create for
Right now,
months and
people
then
shout
not
them
implement
across
because they're
our various
terrible.
Social channels, we try to grab them like butterflies and send them to the QA team.
Nice metaphor. They are bugs. Yeah. You can have
Bugs,
said
yeah.
mods.
I
or
knew,
that,
yeah, I meant that. So we are going to be going live with a new tool from our friends at a place called Beta Hub. There are some lovely Polish gentlemen.
Gotta like Beta Hub.
And it's going to allow the community to report bugs to us. It'll connect directly to our.
I just saw HP Phoenix, by the way, scream in chat on the side, fix cigar box that only has 8 meters on it. The desperation.
I won't say Jira.
said
Our
Jira.
tracking system.
We're not going to quote you on that. Don't you worry.
And one of the coolest features of this tool that I'm a nerd about is you can also report the bugs via Discord. So if you're in the Discord, we talked about it earlier with Mandy, we're going to look to find new things we can bring to the DBD Discord. You see a bug in the game, you just type it into a place in your Discord, and it will generate a bug report that goes into the tool, that goes to our, I won't say Jira, tracking system. And it's really fucking cool. And so for me, it's a really big.
That's cool that you guys can track the bugs, but are they going to be fixed? Because, like, a lot of people have been talking about very blatant bugs for a very long time, and they still haven't been fixed. So, like, it's a cool tool in theory, but if it doesn't actually help get things fixed, then I don't know. Maybe we should make a new anti-tunneling, anti-face camping mechanic.
Thing I'm excited about, obviously, it's a boring, nerdy thing, maybe, but I'm excited about it because it's going to really help us focus on the most impactful bugs, which I think is what people want. So that was my thing. I got to, they let me say. So
Very exciting.
thank you all so much for joining us. I think that over there, Mandy has gathered a few questions that I did not shout out while everyone was oohing and awing over Poppy Diego. So
Hey, I must say, everything that I bring to the table, by the way, is thanks to my team.
An amazing
not only
team,
me, it's
yes.
my UX team, but also all the collaboration of the game design team and other
Absolutely.
departments. So
Teamwork
we have
makes
a
the dream work.
fantastic team.
yeah. Puppy team. Not puppy.
Team Poppy.
This guy is Wes Keldner. Nobody can
So
convince me
I'm just gonna read
otherwise.
this because I haven't pre-read it. So here we go. How will this impact the competitive scene, the anti-camp, tunnel, slug features?
So, this is what they're about to say. You ready for it? Oh my god, I hope you guys have a whole dish of Elmers in front of you to just indulge in what they're about to tell you. They are going to tell you that for the competitive scene, all of the shit they're adding to the game can be turned off in custom games. You know why? Because they know it's bullshit, and they know that at the high level, it doesn't fucking even get close to working, but yet they're still gleefully glazing it like it's good and putting it in the game, even though they know it's dog shit. And here's absolute 100% proof that they know it's dog shit, because they're going to let good players at the game turn it off.
Am I answering this?
I suppose so.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a really good question. And the answer, sorry, my mic is a little bit, okay. The answer is that all these can be turned off in custom matches, which is usually where the comp scene performs their matches. So, you know, if you want to keep the unhook protections for your particular tournament or competition, you can do that. If you want to keep the bloodlust but turn off the rest, you could do that. So you really have the ability to turn them on or off to your desire, basically.
Okie dokie. Thank you, Jeff.
There you go.
This is another one for you, I believe. With the Bloodlust T1 on the tunneling solution, does this get lost when the killer will break a breakable wall or break a nearby pallet?
Yeah, so the way that the Bloodlust bonus works at the moment is that it will turn off if you enter a chase. It will turn off if you break a pallet or a wall, or if you use your power. So it's really, you know, use it for mobility, and I guess the rest is up to you.
All right. I think this is another one for you.
boy.
Sorry. Will the unhook effects work with cages?
I'm assuming that's a question about executioner cages?
Maybe to the
Yes.
Oh, to execution. Okay.
Yes. I think right now they might. I would have to check. I'm not actually sure. God, I'm so sorry. I
fine.
generally do not
It's a
remember.
live show. I told them this is, we're just to get the good
Yeah,
with the.
because
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
good.
because we did add endurance and
You
haste
know,
to
like,
execution
realistically-
cages in the past, so
Whoa.
there's
Calm
a
down with
possibility that it's
MLG.
also
knows it.
applied there, but I would have
No.
to double check just to be sure.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
He wants to just say, who asked such a stupid fucking question? Who asked me such a stupid... Nobody gives a shit about Pyramid Head. Who asked that question? Ban him. Get him out of the chat. I don't want him here. Fuck him. Nobody wants to play Pyramid Head.
We'll find out for you and get back to you.
That's what he wanted to say.
Pallets are getting a lot of attention. There's so many on some maps, and it's really hard on M1 killers. Is there any plan? Are there any plans to address this? I'm going to answer this
ChatGPT, do you know what we should say?
one.
That's why I was waiting. It's like there must be a thing where we're asking about.
It's been a long
pallets.
show, folks. Yes, so actually, if you
Let's see what that's. All right, he's a community manager, so he's going to go for this one. All right. We've seen the feedback about palette density lately, and we totally understand the concern, guys. We get it. But it's a tricky to balance, it's tricky to balance to strike with palettes because they're a key part of the survivor experience, but we also don't want maps to feel overly safe or repetitive. So the team's looking at the data, they're looking at, oh man, are they fucking glazing the data? And doing playtests, we're testing it because we want to fine tune the spawn logic. And don't worry guys, we're going to keep you updated when we have something solid to share. So stay tuned, stay tuned. Okay.
You follow our channels. Just yesterday or the day before, we did a big discussion thread about the palette density topic on the forums as well as Reddit, and we really want people to go there to outline everything that you find is problematic. So we can then
give us that feedback and we'll look at the data.
That discussion is going to be up until after the weekend, so you've got time. Don't need to do it right now. But yeah, we're gathering all that feedback as we speak. And then final one, which you kind of addressed, but we should repeat it. Are these buffs that you just went through for Skull Merchant in place of
Are these
rework?
buffs for Skull Merchant?
So they are not. However, if they end up having like a good outcome for her where players are satisfied, because again, I need to remind everyone, like, everything that we do is for the players, and so if the players are happy, then we're happy. And I think that's the goal. So if we put those changes in the next PTB and players are happy and the feedback that we get is positive, that's a good first step. And I think the next step after that would be to look at the data, right? Because player feedback is one thing, but the data is another. So if everyone, says that she's, for example, super strong, but the data just says that she's not, then there's probably something where we need to reconcile the two. But the next step would be to look at the data. And then I think after that, we could probably make a better decision about the next steps. But ultimately, it really comes down to the feedback that we get. If it's really positive and you guys are happy, then we're happy.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Jeff. All right, so this has gone very long. We still have one more person to come out. So we are going to wrap up this segment now. Thank you all so much. This has gone quite well. I appreciate the PowerPoint especially.
Thank you.
And the chat, the folks at home seem to be having a good time. So really glad we could do this. Exactly what I wanted for this stream. So thank you for making it happen.
Bro, like, here's the thing, and I just got to say it, and I don't know if they're aware of it. They probably are, but like, when it comes to aughts and hens, like, I like them. I definitely like them. So I'm not trying to say anything negative. It's just, it's so annoying how literally, like, anything they say becomes like Dead by Daylight law. You know what I mean? Like, they could just come out and they could say anything, and from their perspective, they might not see it because they see all the negative feedback, right? Like, they see all the, like, YouTube comments that are left like 400 pages down that you don't see. But like, it's like, as a community, like, what they say, like, it just like flows into like everyone else, and all, like, every other content creator, and everybody just regurgitates what they say like it's 100% fact. And I know they don't ask for them to do that or anything, but it's just the reality, and it's so annoying. Like, it leaves like no room for good discussion. It's a nightmare because, like, they'll say something, it'll kind of echo its way into like the community will echo it, the devs get that feedback, and then they make changes based on it. But only the shit stuff. Like, I don't know. Like, if there was like a good take, like, it just kind of gets like ignored. They're like, Krasu's the most overpowered killer ever. You don't have to use one brain cell to play her. All right, guys, we got to literally just nuke this killer into oblivion.
We're going to come back with a very quick wrap up with someone else you haven't met, and I won't spoil it. So let's go do that.
I already know that this is going to have something. Yeah, it's fucking merch, dude. Do we give a shit? No, we don't. We don't care about your guys trying to monetize it at the end.
Oh, hey, hello, we're back.
Blah blah blah. Buy our stuff.
Samples.
Oh, did you know you could buy more stuff? Hey, look at this. What else can you buy? Oh, you can buy this clicker. Oh, really? Yeah, it's on sale right now. What else can you buy?
Earlier, we missed it in the excitement of this first show. People are wondering what's the deal with the Frank Stone skin.
Oh yeah, they were gonna make a Frank Stone skin.
Unfortunately not coming.
Oh damn. Who cares?
We just want to reassure you.
Frank Stone
we still have
sucked,
plans
guys.
To bring Frank Stone to the Fog. We're just revisiting how we want to approach Frank's integration into the game. So stay tuned. We'll have more to share.
Are you saying you want to make Frank Stone a unique killer? Because what would his power be? I'm boring.
Maybe something.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. Care of everything in chat. Thank you.
Absolutely. Dork, did you want to say anything before we sign off?
Yes, I did. I wanted to come back and say about the cosmetic contest.
Oh, yeah.
So we're in our next one, in the next community thing we're going to be doing in November. We're going to be
echoing,
showcasing a
Dork.
roadmap so you can see when those cosmetic winners will be entering the Rift, coming into the game. I think that's a really important thing for you to be able to see, especially for our winners, when they can experience their thing coming into the Fog.
I think she just needs to
as
mute
well
this
as when
mic.
things are coming into the
Because I think
store
you
with
can
our
hear
support.
so well in the echo
So
that you may as well
make
just
sure
mute the
you're coming to
mic.
the November one so that you can see that. And also for all of our current winners, we did send them what they could expect to see in changes. Other than one, I'm still working on it. But other than that, everyone's got their changes that are going to be made to their cosmetics. I also want to reiterate that this is a purchasing of their concept. It's not a collaboration. As much as we really want it to be a collaborative effort where we're
Yeah, and he's like,
scheduling
I've had
calls
enough
to
of this.
check
I'm getting on
in
Baldur's
and, you
Gate.
know, see how they feel about this piece being there and stuff. That's a lot of time. It's a lot of time zones, and it's just
Okay.
I mentioned a lot of work going into the stream. Dork also put a lot of work along with.
Thanks for watching. Okay. So, guys, I'm glad you were willing to sit through this 2-hour and 40-minute advertisement for Civilization Revolution. Get involved, download the game. Like, oh my god. And this dude like just shamelessly says out loud, I'm a Survivor main. Like, I'm a Survivor main. Like, dude, we know. You don't have to tell us. We know you're a Survivor main. You didn't have to say it. Crazy. Yeah, so that was our introduction to the stream. I hope you guys are ready to not play Dead by Daylight, because I know I'm not. Girl, they literally are giving the killers, I mean, they're giving the survivors like basically most of their like base kit garbage that they already were getting in the last update, but they're also taking away the rewards that the killers got, except some fucking shit ass haste that pushes you away from the hook. Like, congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Because that was the hand holding of the, like, I'll buy Halloween day one. I don't care if it's $100. I'll just buy it shamelessly. You guys need to get involved on Outlast Trials, because we can't play the game alone. Like, you have to play it in a group. So like, I need people to have, like, just, you need it. You gotta get in it. Oh, we get like a daily, right? Boom, boom, boom. How does this work? Is this every week or every day that this changes? I think it's every week. This has like been like the same. You're logged in and ready? Nice. You've never seen this? It's what we're gonna be playing now, I think, most of the time. I think I'll still play DVD here and there, but like this, I'm just having more fun with this. I'll be honest, it's better. More interesting. The devs actually care about the killer. They don't hate you. They've released a balance patch every single day. They just had another balance patch yesterday that made it to where you can't get chain stunned. So they care. They're trying. I'm giving them, you know, the benefit of the doubt. Double doses. Cognito's not bad. Door trap a breaker. Is this new? Door traps shatter when doors are opened normally. I don't remember that one. Hide and restore is so good. I don't know. I mean, hide and heal, not hide and restore. I already have smash. So.
You be careful with that now.
You be careful with that now. Imagine actually caring about something, dude. It's so weird. It's like you just like, yeah, every time I see the update, I'm just like, I feel like somebody who's been in an abusive relationship for like a really long time. Like anytime the devs say something that makes me feel like they actually care, I get like so insecure about it. Like I'm like, are they just saying that? Are they gonna turn around tomorrow and just fucking like betray me? Like, I'm literally traumatized by behavior and all these other ASIM glue sniffers.
Easterman will take good care of you.
We could try doing duo to start. If we go against a single guy, we can see if any of the updates helped the 1v1 at all, but I kind of don't think that they will.
Markov wants you to be free.
I think the 1v1 is its own separate issue that they still need to fix. I picked up 200 more people. It's probably like gonna have a lot more people playing in NA right now, I would imagine.
You are powerful. You are beautiful. You are deserving of our love.
This guy didn't even hesitate, bro. He just locked right in.
You are beautiful. You are deserving of our love.
Bro is locked in. Holy shit. Now, as a Russian, he has no choice but to go download hacks now. Have a good night, Timmy.
all getting better together.
Man, this is a baby room right here. This guy just started. Still looking somewhat healthy and reasonable in here.
Who you are in the trial is who you are inside.
This is Ema's room. I already know it. What you doing in my crib with his like opened package of chocolate that hasn't been eaten? What are you saving that chocolate for, Ema, you psycho? The Q times have become more powerful. This guy's got a weird collection of things in here. It's like the only thing he wants are donuts and a fucking baby blow-up doll. Oh no, he's got the TV. How many people can queue? You can queue with up to 4 people. Show us your room. Mine's on the other side. Gotta go through the cafeteria. Alright, so I'm gonna show you. The room's kind of a mess right now. I want to change it, but I haven't unlocked the things I want. This kind of looks like Trevor's teddy bear from GTA 5. You guys remember his teddy bear? I think he puts it on the front of his truck at some point in the campaign. We got this here because I'm trying to lock in on how to learn chess, you know? The bishop can move in like an X. The knight can go in like a... What would you call that? The rook one is anywhere, all the way up, anywhere to the side. Pawn is only forward, pathetic. The queen is kind of nuts, huh? She can do like all kinds of crazy shit, but the king's a biatch. Show us your bed. Oh, it's made out of human flesh. It's the Ed Gein special. Look at the hairs. The detail is immaculate. Nothing like covering yourself up with the delicious flesh of people.
Looks dangerous.
We've made a garden. Got some human fertilizer in there. Two right hands. May have gotten some more badges done. What are newspapers? Oh. 3 suspects. Dude, it saves this permanently? That's kind of funny. It even saves what gamer picture you had when it got finished, because I changed mine. That's cool. It's 1960 apparently. Joy on the news. So how many times do you have to do that? That's gonna be a lot of different stories you can get. These I hate because you have to go into them all to get rid of the notifications. It's like not worth. No new badges. Alright, well the matchmaking got canceled. So what we learned with like the matchmaking last time is that like you kind of want to do the matchmaking in like quick like you queue, you wait like a minute and then you queue again. You don't want to just stand around like that because it'll never put you in a match. It's like you missed the departure or something, and you need to like re-lock in. But there's something else we can do. We can go to the catalogs, see if there's anything else we can afford. Yeah, we can get these two things done. We're almost done with page 3 now, and we can get this this room, which I think is better than the one I have. A lot of wieners in it, but I think it goes well with the skin bed. You gotta PvP the queue. And then we're working on, where is it? Season 3 right now. I have enough to get this nasty flesh suit soon. From afar, it looks like rocks. You just point at the wiener and they leave. Last scene, breaking free from Baver's basement, screaming about stuns. Cancelled the matchmaking when I did that. I was offensive. Knight is an L like me. Okay, so I mean, you move the pieces. I want to resign. Oh, it wasn't my turn. Few times suck. They're very random. It's also way different if you have 3 people. Right now we only have 2. I think 3 is the best because it puts you in the biggest pool of opportunity. White goes first, scrub. Wait, am I dead? What happens when 2 GlueSniffers play chess? Nobody knows. What? Take him out. Can I go forward twice? Okay. I guess not. And why is this red? Am I about to die? Bro. Gonna do it? Can I kill this guy now? Well, our kings just killed each other. Alright. Was it worth it? You sniffed hard there? Oh, no, I'm just a baby. I'm learning. Dude, he killed his queen too. No one came out of that looking good. I wonder what this is like for like a really good chess player to watch. They must vomit. Might have to just like try to invite a random or something as like our third. You guys got you baited into watching a chess stream. And the worst part is the sniffage of glue. By the time like I will play this mode so consistently that I'll become like a chess expert. You could be our third. You got the game, Mikey? I think that was a sacrifice, but hey, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do in shadow. Oh, he's trying. Let's see what the game will let him do. Sniffing glue by daylight. Yeah. Sometimes glue's gotta know its place. Ah! Hey, listen, we got rid of a pawn, okay? Terrible play on my part. It's so embarrassing how it shows them pick up the, like, piece and not be able to put it anywhere. Like, wait, can I move this? Can I move this? What is this dumbass thing back here? Flanked! Shit. Might be in a strong position here. I know what I would do. Oh god. Yeah. What? I can't do it. Oh god. Okay. Let's get him from every angle. There's no escape. No. Fuck. I didn't know he could. Okay, listen. This is bad. I didn't mean to do that. I thought I was putting the piece back in the same spot. I win by timeout. Yeah, I fucked up there. Well. The chessing continues. What the? Alright, this guy thinks he knows how to play.
You are beautiful.
Alright, alright. You're gonna see some really gutter tier gameplay here from somebody who's never played chess before, I'm sure. Well, GG. Oh, is it over? I think it's over. It's like, he got me. What's killing me? Oh, his queen. Listen. I want you to know you could go to hell. There was no escape. Oh, how can I not do anything? Stand it. Stand it! Why isn't he finishing the job? He's got me from every direction. Now he's just showing no mercy. Alright, you know what, you bastard. Let me in a match! I can't have, like, hold on. Let's invite everyone we see out of desperation. If we get a full team, I don't care. Alright, let me cook joins. That's good enough. More like his king. Bro is so fast of like what his next move is gonna be. Tyler, fast, bitch. What the fuck is this guy doing? He wants me to take this out with my queen. Why? Can he kill me if I go here? Yeah. Wait, a pawn can't kill this? That sucks. Bum 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 bum. Thought a pawn could go forward twice. Pawns can only kill one thing to the side of it. Okay. Yeah, he had to. Rip, I guess. Bum, 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 bum. Still doesn't want to kill that pawn. King's getting into a bad spot now. That worth taking out? Probably worth dying for. Huh? Am I fucked? I think I'm fucked. There's probably a play here, but like I'm too stupid to know what it is. Ah. Come at me, bitches. It's just running out the clock on me. Ah! This is annoying. Let us play Invasion, you son of a bitch game. Oh, you ready for that code? Yeah. Let's do it. Oh, it's because this guy backed out, probably. Okay, let's just get you in then. Add a friend. So that's my code. This is a chess stream. You guys got jebaited. Probably could get very good at chess. But then, like, when I would go to play it in real life, I'd be super confused without, like, the baby, like, hand-holding that tells me what I can and can't do. Like, what? I can't do that. You're out. Good luck with the cues. Have a good one, Fang. We still need another one, Mikey. I just everybody in this like community is kind of a cringer when it comes to like matchmaking. Because they all want to play different things, and it's like really hard to find people that want to play the same thing that you want to play. I could try it like this, but will this work? Oh, I hate it. It always puts you in someone else's group, dude, and then you're like dealing with some GlueSniffer host. It's always been the biggest issue with Outlast Trials is you've always needed a group to play the game. It's really, really hard to play Outlast Trials by yourself or with a small group. Hey, look, I woke up female. Like, why? There's two of us, and it gives Roberto host. Like, watch this guy like GlueSniff now. Like, where is he? He's our host.
Hi.
If you could just open your group for people to join, it would be such a huge thing. Alright, so we got a match like instantly, at least this way. Every day it feels like we have to come up with a new strategy to find matches. One guy rage quit, but that might actually be good. Oh wait, no he didn't. He just didn't appear on the list because he wasn't in the train room yet. Roberto! Oh man, look at him. He's like, is there any Elmers in here? He just reminded me of Jim Carrey on Pet Detective. What did I do? Nope.
You are the warden of all your own prisons. Your containment requires your will. Disconnect the power, open the doors, and let yourself go.
Sniff! Sniff it all. That's a glue they pump in here. Let's hope. It's like, I clearly queued that I want to play as imposter, right? And I get in here and now I have to play a trial. Like, it's just so fucking annoying. Like, they just literally have to sniff glue. Just want to speedrun this, like, as fast as possible. I feel like I'm like just absolute garbage connection right now. Of course, we get invaded like instantly right at the very start. Jeez. Oh, that lock is so random that that's there. Really don't know why I woke up with a female voice. That guy's dead already. Maybe that's the trick. You just come in here and you like let yourself die so that you can quickly play another trial as like the killer. I might be onto something here. That guy gonna stab me or not? Thought that was an imposter this whole time. It was actually my teammate. Mine? Is this not the grind of bad children? What is this? Oh, just kill us. I think just like, let's just let ourselves die, I think. Think about it. If we die, then maybe we get to just play the killer immediately. I think that they want to die on purpose, so I think we should. This could be like a sneaky strat. But if they go back to the fucking like lobby screen, then you know they're just like absolutely enormous glue sniffers. Yeah, if it doesn't work, then we'll try it. So we go next, right? We don't want to return to sleep right now. What's the objective? Every single map has a... No, they're glue sniffers, dude. They're glue sniffing hard. They took us back to the sleep room. Okay, so... We're just gonna do this without them. You can't rely on any other host in the game. You can't do it. They will literally find any ounce of glue in the environment and fucking create a cipher, like a way to filter the glue out of the atmosphere to sniff it. Like, there's no hope. They were actually that bad at the game too that they died that quick. I don't even understand how that's possible. Okay. Glue, 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 glue. So I'm gonna try that strategy backwards now. So the two of us, right, we're gonna play invasion, but we're gonna go as regent. Or better yet, instead of going as regent, let's just do random so we get more XP. Who fucking knows? I don't know what those guys were doing. I've never seen a team go down that quick before. They were dead in the spawn. Like, I'm pretty, like, I think they were just sniffing glue. I could already see that this guy right here, he's just like, I think in real life right now, he's hooked up to like a machine that just pumps him full of glue, because even before the trial started, he was like walking into walls and like being really weird. Like, you know, like, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Glue sniffer. Okay, why am I a chick? Where's my bedroom? I became a chick somehow. Bye, Roberto. Enjoy whatever Elmer's brings you. But yeah, every single map is a completely different objective. And every map can have multiple different objectives too, and different enemies, and it's like a really severe amount of variety. The killers obviously just want to kill you. So what we're gonna try this time, if you guys don't understand what's going on, is that how it's kind of set up like where you play as the regent, and then when your match is over, it'll keep you in a queue so that you go in and you play as imposter. So what we're gonna try to do is we're gonna just like throw the regent match and see if this gives us like a guaranteed match. Because if this works, it's faster than obviously sitting in a matchmaking queue for all of eternity never to get a match. What could ruin this is that if the people that are playing imposter, if they back out, it immediately doesn't allow us to keep queuing, then that wouldn't work. So this would be a pointless idea. Here we go. Nobody love you invaded us. So we need to make some noise somehow. I don't even know. Bum bum ba bum bum. Come on, it's so close. What kind of coward is this guy? There we go. So you could use bottle there to like stop it from happening, but I would say I want to die. Of course, the like bot comes it out. Okay, so see it says down here now, continue to next trial as imposter. So we don't return to sleeper room. We just chill. You were trying to imitate GlueSniffers. I think we get priority now. I think this is like, that's what I'm hoping. If we don't get priority, obviously there's no reason to do it this way. It sucks though, because like this could genuinely like derail the whole thing and make it impossible to play. The bonus for playing with imposters on needs to be like enormous. They need to make that like very clear. Like if you play with the imposters turned on or invasions turned on, you should get like 10 times the amount of experience or something like crazy. It should be huge. Not looking good. Oh wait. Question is what's happening here. Bro, it wants us to be the fucking regents again. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You pieces of shit. No.
Well, we can't find it, but it's back in the game.
Now I know why society had no use for you.
We just need a third fucking person. Like, that's it. Like, we have to get a third person. That's the only option that I can see left on the table now. Somebody who joins and doesn't instantly fucking quit. Nobody in the sleep room. Bro, how did none of you guys own Outlast Trials? This game has been on sale for like 30 cents, like 100 times.
Please respect all sleep-room personnel.
Bum, 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 bum. There's different ways. So the killer, they come in, they're on a time limit before they have to like retreat. So they have like a short period of time and then they have to like go into like a spectator mode. The survivors can not only defend themselves, but they can actually kill the imposters. And they can kill them pretty aggressively if they have enough items. And then obviously you have to respawn and come back in again. You have like 3 lives as the imposter. The regents have 1 life, but there are like syringes and other ways for them to like revive themselves.
You are powerful. You are beautiful. You are deserving of our love.
Can I see like anywhere like how many matches I have completed in this? I only have 33. Alright, let's try it that way then. Maybe you can save us from this garbage. The more matches you've completed, the more trials that you're able to, like, you're allowed to invade. Like, different types of trials. So I think, like, once you complete 50, you can invade any trial in the game. So that's why I just made him host. I mean, the game is an absolutely insanely fantastic co-op game. Like, it's amazing, but the PvP, there's still some issues. I don't really know what the solution is because it's like, how do you make people, like, Dead by Daylight doesn't have a co-op option, right? Like, so like, how do you make a game that is co-op? How do you make people opt in to allowing their co-op experience to be invaded by a tryhard who's gonna kill you? You could make it to where the killer is super weak and can't do anything, but then nobody will want to play the killer because it's super like lame and boring and you can't do anything. Or they could make the killer like actually interesting and you can play the killer, but then everybody's gonna opt out of having the killer be able to join because they don't want to get killed every time they're trying to complete a trial and get like, well, as you saw, you don't really get a good reward if you die, which is a problem. Like, if you get invaded and you die, you get fucking, like, really badly cugged out of all of your points. Whereas, like, the invader, if you pretty much always get a shitload of XP just for causing as much damage as you can. think they need to think about that. You shouldn't feel punished for allowing people to invade your matches.
Please respect all sleeping persons.
'Cause I guarantee there's more people still playing co-op than that just don't want anything to do with it.
Something I can help you with?
Or they could do, like, for instance, they have like all these catalogs, right? They could make one of these catalogs that's like really cool, but you could only unlock it with points you get from playing like the Regent with imposter mode turned on. So they could do something like that that kind of like makes people go, I really want that. It's getting worse every day though. Every time they give the killer a small buff, it's like destroying them at like queue times. I mean, you have to think we're almost 4 hours into the stream and we haven't played the Invader one time.
You are beautiful. You are deserving of our love.
Okay. Make me party leader again, and we'll try to invite like a rando and see if we can't find like a match with 3 people. That's the last thing I can try. If that doesn't work, then we'll just have to revisit this game later when they've maybe figured this out. Now we're getting more people. I think a lot of people see that like what you're queuing for and they just leave because they don't want to wait. We'll see. Does this guy stay? I need to see the second he leaves, if he leaves. I can't see who's in the group when I'm playing. That's the problem. Ah, he left. Okay. We go back. We try to find someone else. I don't know who I invited and who I haven't. Yeah. We're trying to sit in queue for 400 hours and get into a match eventually, but nobody wants to do it. Triple stun rig. You're still down to join? What is your friend code? Or you can enter mine, but I don't know which one works. If we could figure it out, man, it would be nice. Yeah. No profile found. Oh. Wait, what? Let me type it out. Oh, it's O? Maybe it is a 0. There we go. Because I just copy and pasted it directly out of chat. I didn't know it was a 0. Alright. Everybody has like the patience of a fucking shoe. They're like, posture. Play posture. Yeah. Now we can play chess. All right, I've played enough matches to know that I'm an expert now. I lose. Hail Mary! Tell everyone you love. I'm in your house now, boy. No! Oh shit. Yeah! Progress! We got the pressure on now. Got him locked in. We're not gonna fumble it. We're not gonna fumble it.
Check it out.
We're glued in, boys. Nobody's good at. I'm the best player at chess that's ever lived. Let's just calm down a little bit. Have a plan. I don't want to screw this up. All right, the magic, the nationals. Let's keep doing this. What? The pawn took me out? That's embarrassing. What? Thought I could do that. Stop fighting! It's better if you just accept that it's over. Coming down to the nitty. It's intense. Yeah. Oh my god.
You're getting better every day.
I didn't even know promoting your pawns was on the table. I thought that was a checkers thing. It turns into a queen, does it?
See that?
That was anticlimactic ending. It's like when two glue sniffing babies try to play like a super try-hard game. uh. 0.10 seconds on the clock. You can pick what it becomes, okay. How do? You just get it to the other side, basically? That'd be my guess. Yeah, it's basically the exact concept. You just invade people and ruin their life. Super aggressive, stupid ass way to play this. Sacrificing our queen to take out a knight was probably about as glue sniffer as it can get. I could get pinched here. That was a bit of a desperation move. You are on the couch, so you are there. We're literally never gonna find a match. That's wild. I think imposter mode is dead, guys. I think this game just became chess. He's defeated me. Holy shit. Okay, there's like literally one last thing I can try, and if this doesn't work, then it's officially over.
Freedom is waiting for you.
It's 11 a.m. where I am, but I mean, it's Saturday.
The Markov Corporation encourages you to maintain a positive mental attitude.
Unless they broke the matchmaking, but I don't think they did. Because like anytime we queued, we got invaded literally instantly. I think there's just so many people who want to invade now that there's absolutely no hope.
Crisis is the catalyst for growth.
If I can't even get into a lobby in a 1v1, it is so over. Like, here's the thing. When this mode got announced, the first thing that I said about it was that the biggest risk to its failure would be queue times, because you have a co-op game, right? It's co-op. Its community is co-op. You're adding in an invasion mode where you can invade people and kill them. Oh, like, how is that going to work? You know, like from a matchmaking perspective, it's very concerning, because why would people want to allow someone to ruin their co-op experience? They're not going to want to. So that should have been like their #1 priority with the mode, is figuring out, okay, like, how do we make people want this in their match? And the only real way I could think of it is like enormous benefits, like enormous benefits to allowing it. Like, you should, even if you like, if you allow invasions and an invader joins you and kills you, then there needs to be like, okay, I died, but look at the huge reward I got, you know, even though we died. Right now, if an invader joins your lobby and kills you, you get an F rating, you get like no XP, and it's like a huge punishment. So why would you do it? I think the devs need to think about that. Yeah, it's cooked. This is what happens when they treat killers fairly. They flock. No way. We actually get to invade.
Invasion is ready. Use shuttle entrance to proceed.
TCM is the only game where killer queues were like literally always instant 24/7. So if you wanted to get on the game and play killer, you never had to worry about waiting for like half a second to do it. Alright, I'm guessing this is going to be a 1v1. I'll show you guys why I say the 1v1 is not well designed, but who knows? Maybe maybe the buffs have changed it, but I kind of don't think they will. You get fast killer queue in Dead by Daylight? Mine are always terrible. Like, even on a good day is a 5-minute killer queue. Slump or dump or much appreciated for growing some buttons. Right, because you're low MMR possible. You just bought Artist? Bro, why do I have like 2 cameras? This guy hasn't like started the trial yet. He's just like at the very, very beginning of it. And I don't see what he's doing. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can make noise. He'll hear us coming. Gotta really try to sneak up on it in a 1v1. It's like, I think your only hope is to really get someone off guard completely. Okay, he probably went this way. Damn it, I have to break the window. We were so confused. All right, so basically he's got some objective. I don't really know what it is, but my objective is just to find him and kill him. So in 1v1 it's really hard to find people because they play super stealthy and you never get like a noise notification or anything off where they're at. So it's a real pain in the ass. I don't think the mode works well in 1v1. Like, he's doing objectives, but like, where, you know, like these maps are huge. NPC's pissy at me now. Oh, I just saw him. He's... Oh no, that's not. Okay, as you can see, I couldn't find him, but now I have to go back into stealth. And like, you'll like look at this and you'll be like, wow, this is really badly designed, but when you actually have like a 4v4 going on, it gets really hectic and fun. Which is why you can't find a match, because it's too many people are queuing to play it. Luckily, I don't have to wait too long, but yeah, I've got no fucking clue. Like, this guy is an enigma, man. He's not getting noticed or... Usually, the prime asset is a good, like, yeah, like the prime asset will give you a good idea of where they actually are. So, like, she's on the map now, then I know. That sucked. Bro, why are these NPCs pissing me off so much right now?
Hiding from Mother only makes things worse.
Okay, so he's got to find those audio things. Bro, she's just permanently fattening me right now. That's so annoying. I have no idea. I think he's only got one objective left to do. I think it's got to be in this building, that like the last objective. 1v1s just don't work. There's no good way to, like, the only thing you could really do in a 1v1 is you could like try to really quickly find one of the objectives before they get accomplished, and then just hide there the whole time, because there's really no reason to go looking for people. You'll just never find them on these maps. When I queue region for invasion, I always get a group of 4 pretty instant. So people are playing it if there's just too many imposters. Yeah, there's too many imposters. You have to just get lucky. Stream's lagging. Like, I don't know. This is how every single 1v1 I've played goes, and when you do eventually find the person, they'll usually just hit you with a stun grenade and disappear before you can, like, even recover. He's in the main area, so he's got everything done. All he needs to do now is hit that button and escape. So now I'll go there and he'll just stun me and escape, probably. If I even make it there in time. The thing shows up pretty quick. So there it is. He missed his thing, number 1. There you go. That's the 1v1, right? It's boring. Sucks. And I have to kill him 3 times, by the way. If not more times. You basically get to be in a match somewhere while another guy plays the game. Like, they were so overly careful with the 1v1 that they basically made it nothing. Now, good luck to the developers. I hope they figure out a way to fix that, but there's literally there's no option for me to play the game in this state. So, like always, there's only one option left on the table. Joy Legion won't be playable during the next 2v8. Did Behavior say if they plan to rework him or what's going on? I think they just find him not fun. They just accept it, guys. No matter how bad Dead by Daylight is, they will never be able to escape it. It's just over. Accept that everything is just gonna be shit for all of eternity. Not these. Excuse me. There we go. That was the issue. This is the worst event ever? Great. I'm so happy to be back on Dead by Daylight. Hey, at least we could try out the new Cringe Myers while we're here. I'm sure he's boring. I just feel like I'm in like a completely brain dead build right now. I remember when people didn't want to play killer in video games. What happened, man? When did everybody get so cringe and think they have the right to play killer? Like where did it all go wrong? Why is it that TCM is the only game people ever wanted to actually play Survivor in? You're part of the problem. Back in the day, nobody wanted to do it because like every game, it was like if you played killer, you were always gonna have like a horrible experience where you got bullied if you didn't know what you were doing. But now it just feels like killer is like I don't even know, but like for some reason everybody wants to play it, even though it's like you don't get bullied really as much in games when you play killer, I don't think, but like, so I think that's why more people do it, even though at like the highest level of gameplay, like killer is like the most impossible it's ever been to win. Yeah, I normally would play with Fragrant, but since they buffed his like, you know, his base kit or whatever, I just wanted to give it a shot, see how it works. You can be bullied still? It's good. Because like back in the day, it was like really, really toxic. Like you had to listen to people click their flashlights at you with macros 24/7. They can make your eardrums explode, and they would teabag you constantly, and they would always have like bullshit strategies that were literally impossible to deal with, and it was just... Now it's more just like they got rid of all that, but you just lose by default if the like survivors are efficient, which is just weird. Traumatized from Outlast Trials matchmaking times already. They somehow managed to have worse queue times than 2v8. Like, I don't know how they managed that one, but... So there's like a double-edged wiener going on with Outlast Trials. I think that if the game was just PvP, and it never was co-op from the get-go, you would have a lot of people who really enjoyed playing Survivor in it because it's just considerably more interesting than Dead by Daylight. But because it's a co-op game with a co-op community, and there's no good reason to like allow a person to invade you, I think that's basically it. I think that's the issue. Great. Every day I get on Twitter, I have like 30 Gooner bots sending me DMs. Hey, I just noticed you. How many, like, people must be falling for this? Your secret happy life is to stay off of Twitter. Yeah, there's really no reason to go on there. Oh shit, I just realized that I don't play Dead by Daylight with keyboard and mouse. What is this cringe? Lock in the controller, guys. You're gonna give it. All right. So I think I speak for everyone when I say peak has been declared. Holy Shift W, Batman? Bro, look at this Shift W. That is insane. This dude is not playing around. Elvis and Night of the Living Dead. I just keep seeing the wrestling ones. Yeah, I don't appreciate the ruin value we've gotten so far. Bro, what the fucking stealthy shitters am I playing against here? I hate these open maps where they just see you from 100 miles away. So annoying. They would have done 4 gens already if... Man, I sure do love Shift W. That's unironically though, like even with the rush, you're still just better off. Like, you're still just better off fucking having like the other one. Cause like the lunge is too stupid. Bro. He just finished this gen and he's gone. There's not even a fucking trace of an ounce of an asshole. There's nothing there. It was a fake. It was one of those bullshit gen repairs is what it was. I forgot about that. Well, 1 gen left. Oh, we gotta get rid of this girl now. Lit he play. Then we lose Ruin now when we need it most. I don't have time to stock. That's a mighty fine Shift W there. Oh, 99 my stock. Hopefully I'm allowed to actually get away with that. No line of sight breakers is always fun. The guy's in the void. I lost my stock. I think these guys are just interested in getting gens done. Doesn't count for Surge like the old stab did. Bro just use a smoke crystal up there? But why? I would, like, they would both be unhooking themselves already with the new anti-camp. They'd be like, you can't be in this area, get out, that's 20 meters, run, get the fuck out of the way, you campy piece of shit. So metal. We're just talking about how silly the new changes are that the devs want to implement. As always, they want to do weird things. They're both gonna like get self unhooked soon. So he healed himself. Well, dead. I guess he was going for a different strategy. The strategy of I want my MMR to go higher. That's the other strategy in the game. Well, my MMR is at risk now, so I have no choice but to let my team die. It's like an old-fashioned, whatchamacallit, patch standoff. You were lied to by the stream title. We had to give up Outlast Trials. We spent 4 hours in queue and couldn't find a match. So we had to give up. It's not that the game, there's just too many people who want to play killer on it. The population's thick, but the matchmaking just is broken because too many people want to play killer, and we just had to give up. We ended up playing chess for like 3 hours. It's not the principle of the thing, okay. I've never got imposter a single time from trying random. Oh no, not lucky at all. I think they announced the date of the next PTP, but I think it was in November, like November 4th or something. This killer's a piece of shit in Dead by Daylight, alright? He's prepared to stay in there? I think so. I think he's locked in, never to come out ever again. It's alright, the server will shut down after an hour. I do think it's worse than the last BTB, because they removed all the killer rewards for getting hooks. What if he has head on? Maybe he wants to get a head on me. Nope. He thinks he's gonna get worried, and he gonna get worried, and you're gonna like it. Mary's letter, huh? Try it with this, and then let's do this, and I think one that might be helpful is this.
All right, I'll be back in a second.
Cringe. Whoa, 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 whoa. Tell me, where did all the Survivor players go, huh? Where are they? How do we get the Survivor community back? Oh. Apparently not. If I still have like 6-7 minute queue times, that's like pretty rough. It was not enough, yeah. I just doomed to play the boring Texas Chainsaw Massacre for the rest of our life if we don't want to have to sit in a queue or for all of eternity. Dead by Q. Might have to lock back into playing in a 4-man solo team. I can't stalk her from up there because I have this like add-on. I can stalk her from down here. Yeah. There goes Undying, one perk down. Did I just see someone run over here? I guess I'm crazy. I don't think this is worth it. It's taking me too long. Oh, coup de grace doesn't work with this, does it? Let's see. So you don't want to... coup would be good with like the other launch, but not this one. Foster cues are working again. But how high do you have to aim that? Wait, this girl's still on hook? What are they doing? She's gonna go second stage soon. But they don't want to get off the gen because of Ruin, probably. They think, oh, I'm gonna get off the gen and lose all the progress. I'd rather just wait it out. Nancy rage quit because of that? Anti-face camp, even though it was the right move. Oh, how did that hit? I don't even care. Deserve. Holy hit, Reg. That was an insane bullshit hit. I'm not even gonna. But I've always said that, like, anytime, like, there's a thing in DVD that involves movement speed, the game breaks, like, every single time. That's why Blight and stuff is so annoying. They've never been able to handle it. She's going for it. She's trying to leave. Man, I fucking got caked on that wall. MFD was just fine. Oh, I could have just killed her. Why didn't I do that? I'm gonna make her watch. I'm gonna make her watch. Who is still not that bad on him because of the extended lunge you get into, like, pursuer mode. Enjoy the regression as it cleans the dish. Nancy bot being a tryhard. I'm not gonna lie, the like lunge virus has seems like really annoying to play against. It's pretty savage. Not allowed to be cute, Cheryl. Be Toledo next time if you want to live. Have like a little bit of endgame salt. There you go. How dare you try to play the event, you son of a bitch. Where is missing? Most people were calling him B tier. I don't know, I haven't played him much. Wait. Instead of coup. This could be like really annoying. I do feel like some kind of aura reading would be nice though. Oh! Bro's been playing for 5 hours straight. A lot of desperation going on around here is what's happening. All right. Let's try some. So you can't play Dead by Daylight if you're in the Outlast trials. You know what? Yes, I can. Who's gonna stop me, Twitch? I don't have what it takes. Unfortunately, guys. Yeah, we did lose some brain cells with that. We're going to have to go ahead and call it for raid now. I'm not ready to give up on Outlast Trials. I'm not ready. I think I'll try it one more time. I'll try to do the thing where you play both sides, see if it works out for us. You know, maybe we can have fun even if we're not playing the Invader. I don't know. But either way, much appreciated for hanging out today. Hope you have a good rest of your whatever it is. And yeah, see you again very soon. Very soon.